but lack the different skill sets to support yourself. And I like thinking about the human being as an example. You're a bunch of organs. You have eyes, ears, you have a nose, you have a mouth, you have a stomach that doesn't sing. And all these different things put together actually are part of the components of what makes your business work. And at the different stages of your growth, there's certain things that you need to look at. And by the way, even years later, it could be a steady state business, but your core team are only 10 individuals. So when I'm going to give examples, just general public, but the canvas is yours, it's open to you, you have as much opportunities to think about it. But what I'm going to lay down is, yeah, people are going to have it, you're going to work on solutions, you're going to come up with your own designs and stuff. But the moment you start going out there, you realize these are the key things. So the core team growth, if you look at the startup stage, phase one, where you're basically coming from aviation to MVP. Most likely you have the famous words, I am the founder of this company. You're so proud about it, you go to every conference, you think everybody's, so you just know you're a founder. There's some guys who have founded like five companies and they've all failed. So what makes you a success? But at this point, let me tell you, Banki Ajafuka, you're still hiring. Right? And I actually came up with a code, it worked, I have like an ingenious idea, I can do this and everything, and where's Vander? Vander was really here in the morning, but he's not here. And how I met him and we were going through something today, and I remember talking to him last. And this morning, I was going through that conversation. I said, did you realize that your idea is not enough? You actually need to show people. And like when I was a B-Tech, I talked to them and told them about how Michael Joseph had to convince truly that investor works. And he demonstrated it. Now, for that to happen, you need a team. So these are the key team roles that you actually have to look at in your starting. Before you call yourself a founder of this technology, you need software engineering. Yeah, for the obvious reasons. If it's a software-based business, you need to have the engineering. You have to create the program to create the wireframes, all that. You need a product manager. Does anybody know what a product manager's job is? Anybody? Don't say so. A manager manages your product. No. Who's the product manager? Does anybody have an idea? It's open. I like interaction. Just tell. Does anybody know what a product manager is? Yeah? Anybody? Oh, so I understand. Anybody? Okay. Product manager is a person basically able to do the processes from ideation to testing. To get testing in two ways: testing before markets, testing on the market, being able to get the feedback to ensure that the product matches the market needs. Like now, if I'm a product manager for a mango pila, and I go to a place where guys are expected to grow, my product doesn't work there. Unless your mango peel is made out of diamond. I mean, that last. But that's not what we're looking at. Yeah. A key thing is you also need a user experience designer, okay, and user interface designer. I don't think we ever saw the original software program, the CRM that got created for business. And then we get to see the original CRM, like the first Salesforce or the first, the very, very annoying platform because the colors are off, the buttons are everywhere, there was no follow through. There's a process, like for example, there's no code. If, for example, I want to get to the sound set, it's a certain process on how you get there. We moved from phones that had keypads to phones that have touchpads. We moved from phones that had multiple buttons, probably having only 3. Initially, Apple was only meant, iPhone only meant to have 1 button. Look at them now, they have 2 buttons, like any other Android. Let's the techno that has 4. That's a story for another day. What's the 4th button? Anyway. But you get what I'm saying. So the user interface, the user experience, the end-to-end experience, someone has to sit down and design that. So yeah, it's a great idea. My app is able to help you locate restaurants in the area, in university. It helps you actually order from different sites. But what is the process of me opening that app, running it? Does it hang? Yeah. How many steps does it get for me to get what I'm looking for? And that constant testing. That can tell you for sure. If you have an adaptable, integrated, or an intelligence application, how does that intelligence application work with the user? Does it intimidate the user? Imagine a chat GPT, which is not. Hi, I know your name is Eric. Huh? Would you use that app to be like, whoa, must be like, okay, I know you had for breakfast, I think you don't go to the doctor because you use a bit too much sugar in your tea. It's like, it's so unfriendly, the user will stop using it. Yeah? Or if let's say it's a beauty app, and you switch it on, and it's like, welcome to the UON beauty app. And you're like, oh, good morning. Good morning. The first thing it tells you, I think you're ugly. Now, automatically, why would you want such an app? It's a beauty app, yes, and I think it's a bit too honest that way, or be negative. What is the user interface? What's the user experience? How are you going to use that app? Do I have to buy an expensive piece of equipment? I'll be really highly around today, and we're going to the cafeteria. Really, wait with everybody, making famous. Say hi, guys. So we had breakfast, and I think we read through the process of, but he asked a very interesting question. Why is it that many developers quit and are not able to run their business effectively? It's because sometimes the user interface requires a hardware. And if that hardware is impractical, it will stop being used. And if you actually go in most cafeterias, they have these big point of sale screen, right? Then all the waiters and servers are there, they're expressing, sometimes using a card, they look so confident in what they're doing. But at the same time, you go to many restaurants and find these things have been put away. Guys are going back to using pen and paper. Because probably the interface, the hardware doesn't work. The experience for those who use it does not work. That's why you need a designer. And of course, sales and marketing. You could have an amazing restaurant. But if people don't know where it is, it doesn't matter how many times you pull the salt and stuff, and cut it, and no one will come to that restaurant unless they know what it is. You could have the most amazing application, you may have the most amazing profits, but you need sales. Okay? And normally when you start off, you don't have lots of money. Most of your money goes into product development. Most of your money, in fact, you don't even pay these guys to what the coach was. Some of them could be, I'm giving you all debts. How many know that those? Those are like 5. So probably if you're going to give 10%, you're keeping 40% for yourself. You divide the 10% amongst all of them so that you can have majority stake. But you find that the problem that is there, you can't afford people. So that's the next thing you do, you start outsourcing support. And what do you start outsourcing and support? Your accounting and your legal. You need legal when you start off. Because someone will come and steal your product, you need to package it. You need to be sure that it follows regulation. If you're in the fintech space, financial services are actually very, very regulated. It comes everything from KYC, your customer. Are you able to flexibility? Are you able to protect the integrity of other users? Legal. I don't know if you've heard of the Office of the Data Protection Commission, yes, ODPC. All of those who are mobile loans, these guys have become the best friend because they're starting to defend you now. The whole village knows how much you took seconds. But all these things, you need legal. How does the legal come in? The legal come and advises you. Your app can only do so much. And if you get through, this is what can happen. Accounting, definitely. Taxation is very big. Who is familiar with the current tax requirements? Protect businesses. Does anybody have an idea? They will tax a lot of money. No, but you understand that tech-related businesses, e-commerce businesses are very, very regulated. And accounting is very important. Another thing is, to reach a stage in your business, you're looking for finance, you're looking for support, you're looking for ways to actually use your money. You need an accountant. Okay? And of course, the support finance and accounting, legal, HR, and maybe you can decide how you outsource it to do that. Okay? Next slide. Now, team dynamics. Basically, the ability on how you drive the team. Yeah? I don't know if it's true, but I watched the video once on X, and there was a video of Elon in a talk with his team, and you're just firing them randomly. How do you like space travel and you don't? One of the employees, idiot, I don't like space travel. You're fired. I thought, wow, is that even possible? Now, team dynamics is how you handle the team, what you do with your team, the kind of culture you create. Culture is basically the kind of running system that you develop. And this actually sets the pace for your company. And how you start as probably a 4-pronged or a 3-pronged business, 4 individuals, 3 individuals, influences a lot what will happen in the scale. I'm going to spend a lot with the 1 to 55. As I go up, I'll just say this is how much it changes. But the core is actually in this 1 to 25. Yeah? So when you're starting off, you're not really small, you're flexible, you don't have an office, you need anywhere. Hey, wow, let's see that this topic. Okay, let me get CJs. Okay. I'm here in Millennium, come over. And I'm having my thought that let's start. It's flexible. Your work hours are flexible because there are very few of you. You're able to turn around things. Sunday evening, you're like, hey guys, actually, let me have a call. It's very flexible because you're few in number. The dynamic is very easy if you're 2 or you're 3. I'll say don't be a standalone business. You're the only person who's starting. You need a team. Okay? And then you call functional. You're the PR, you're the sales, you're the designer, you're the architect. What else? You're the finance, you're the banker. When you're starting off, you're multifunctional. You're the one who's replying to the emails, you're the one going to the conferencing, you're the one who's going to do pitches, You're all doing the same thing. Now, when you work as a team, you have to decide amongst yourself who has the strength and who can do it. Yeah? Another thing is at this stage, the best way to keep in touch with everybody is daily check-ins. One of the things that drifts software developers in their companies is that you don't have a tag of where you are in the morning and by the evening. Note, you're spending seconds and hours and minutes crafting, thinking, developing, You're going to market, you're coming back, you walked into an office. Guys told you won't talk to anybody who doesn't have a blazer, you're back. Guys are thinking, oh, so how did it go? Those guys told me I can't come back, I have to go back with a blazer. Okay, so you have to go back again tomorrow. So you're able to, as you're all trying to multifunction, you all know where all of you are at the end of the day. And as usual, it is all hands on deck. Glenn, next slide, please. Okay? But something happens as you move to the 25 to 50. And at this point, what has happened is your product has hit the market, there is a demand, there are people who are depending on you, you're having more consistency, and at this point, probably you may have an office. Whether you have people part-time or full-time, you're basically running your business. And this is where it gets critically tricky. Because now you start having more permanent roles on your team. You need a lead who's in engineering. You need a person who specializes in software. There are new softwares coming up, right? And why would you need specialists in software? Because probably the products that people are demanding of you requires specialized skill sets to improve. Yeah, so you have specialized software engineers. You have product managers, not just one, several, because you're rolling out several products. Okay? And then you have data analysts. The main job of data analysts is to do it really successfully or you're failing. It's one thing that you're producing a million copies of your product, but it's only 200 people who are using it. So what's happening to the other 9 million? What's happening to them? 900,000, 999, that number. Where are they going? What's happened to that product? You have to improve on your sales and marketing team. That one doesn't change. Okay? Next slide. Definitely HR now becomes a priority. You know why? Your human resource or your talent manager manages the expectations of your employees. When you get this busy, trust me, you don't have time when you're only 4 of you to sit down and ask, how's your day? What's going on? Imagine asking 50 guys in a room, how's your day? Will you get work done? Or handle all those complaints? You need a HR manager. You need the HR policies. This is a point you start giving contracts, saying, guys, listen, I can't manage your contracts. I have someone who will do it for you. You have IT support. Why? Because your product is out there. You create a software product, but it doesn't have support. What will happen to your product? Will your consumers use it? And these days, downtime is taken so seriously. An internet provider in Nairobi being off for a few minutes is the difference between Safaricom fiber, getting new people, or wananchi. And these days, they're independent ISPs. How many are these independent ISPs? The non-streamlined ones. There are these others you find there. And you have 35 Mbps or 100 Mbps. Why do you think those guys are thriving? Because Safaricom has failed. Probably they had downtime for 2 hours. You tried calling. All you hear is Safaricom Jumbo. You get a customer you need shortly. Hold on to this call until we get your representative. Lakini hawa mtaa ukipiga hivi immediate niaje, hatuko foresight usijali, kata simu. Yeah? Then the guy even adds you 100 Mbps. But the thing is, you're not sure about the quality of the service. Because downstream, Aziz has lost 25 Mbps. Okay? Customer support is very key. When you're at the growth stage, your customers need to know that you value them giving you their money. So if you're ever going to grow your business, don't just think it's about the software. Because I've had this argument. Somebody sits on and tells you, oh, do you know how long it took me to fix this software? Do you know how hard it is to get something and develop it like this? Do you know how many hours you spend in this? Well, the customer thinks it's all good. I mean, who wants a Mercedes that's not rolling, but you have a Toyota that's moving? You want what is working. And at that point, the customer needs somebody to do the customer support. And as techies, I'll tell you, this is your greatest hurdle. Do not develop a business and not have IT support and customer support. You will kill your business like yesterday. And your competitor, remember, is learning what your technology is done. They can scale it and they can do it. The difference between you and them is your customer support. Now, of course, outsource definitely you cannot outsource specialized marketing, probably digital marketer. You want to get a farm that can actually push it for you in a specific market and all that. And of course, without course, ego. Now, at this stage, you start having sub-teams. I walked into a tech business yesterday. As I said, my life is about businesses. So I'm always walking in and out of businesses. So yesterday, after a presentation, or actually to a connection to one business, I was taken to an IT company. And as I walked into the farm, the business owner was there and he talked about how he's dealing with the heads of his sub-teams. Now, the interesting thing is, when the dynamic changes and you have your sub-teams, there's a very key thing that happens. The sub-teams focus on the different projects. That multi-focused, multifaceted, multitasking ability has to be sublet to somebody else. So you have teams and team managers. And in order to have efficiency in those projects, you actually build the potential of these guys by empowering those leaders to be able to deal with those different issues. And then you also have team leads. And the whole idea of having these team leads is so that a person is responsible and understands your need. Because as a business owner and a business founder, you don't have time to deal with the small stuff. You're thinking of the next acquisition, the next CEO partnership. You're thinking of the next innovation. You just want people who are functional. So at this point, you have to really think about what happens. And don't worry, the guys like us who support you in this thing. So don't worry about that. All you have to do is be aware. Yeah? And of course, coordination through structured meetings and projects. Management tools. That's when you start using things like Asana. Spell it, you'll need it one day. There are things like Crollo, apps that actually help you to do project management. So every team submits their reports in real time, or even Microsoft has something called projects here. Okay? Then of course you have the 50 to 200 teams. These are the scaling phase. And at this point, I'll say 50 to 200 or the plus, where basically you're scaling. And at this point, you're looking for divisions that can run. And as a founder or as founders, you're slowly removing yourself from administrative roles. It's more direction. Yeah? Next slide. Outsource. Consumer. Next. Yes. Next one. Next slide. Okay? So you normally outsource your marketing, your PR. And if you notice in most of these big tech companies, they don't have departments that are called marketing and sales. They have a vice president in charge of that. Most of these is taken by organizations. Why? Just focus on the production and what you're good at. Focus your idea. Even sales, by the way, they stop even having sales teams, right? They source people called channels. Channels, their job is just to get you the reach. Yeah? For example, if you're an edtech app, the people become your channels at universities, learning institutions, tech learning institutions. So for you, you just focus on producing to their need to be sent to your clients. Okay? And one of the greatest struggles you have is being able to manage a cross-functional course, being able to have methodologies or processes at work, and regular things. And then of course, your final goal, I know most people switch after 50 because they're like, hey, 125. If I hit 125, say I've made it. Well, there's more. There's the 200 plus employees. Yeah? This is the time you should actually start saying, I am the CEO or I have a CEO. But most of us are already CEOs at front of the stage. CEO of what? Your dream. Yeah? I'm not downplaying your dreams. Please understand. But I want you to understand, this is where you can end up being. From just simply sitting down today, coming up with that program, that design, creating that blog, creating that app, that specific program that can change and can disrupt, the trajectory can end up there. Yeah? Last slide, let's go to the next slide. We basically need someone to help with operations. Operations is such a struggle in many businesses today. Have you ever gone to a business and you order for a piece of hardware and they look at you like they have no idea what you're talking about? Or the guy in the front desk tells you, we have it, in fact, many in store. Only to hear somebody in the background saying, Asia, Bariko China. Do you understand? There are certain things you can't feel at the stage, but it's easy to get there. You know, sometimes you get annoyed and you get upset when you go to a place. But you know that could be you, and it happens very easy. You have put structures in place, contracted things, development. That's the time you send your software to Bangalore. We're doing game apps. You don't have time to be scaling the program. You have no time to be, writing the program. We need someone to scale it for us. And at some point, you don't have technology to do that for you. You have to have global support services. So you start going to continents and asking, who does tech support in Middle East, North Africa? Yeah? Who does the MENA region? Who does Sub-Saharan Africa? Which company can we work with to do these services? You're slowly relegating things. And of course, specialized marketing. Now you're going to the big guys, the big boys. And one of the things that comes out of these things, next slide. This is why you really need to work early on your AI. Because eventually you become an enterprise, automation becomes your best friend. Product lines, departments become automated. Your AI support will actually help you. Your collaboration has to be cross-functional based on projects. You need to have continuous learning through development. You have to constantly learn from your market, learn new techniques, new skill sets. Don't just be fixed and say, I'm okay, I'm enough. Okay? And town halls is basically where you sit down with people, consumers, and ask them, what do you want next? We've been giving you this. Interesting, Instagram yesterday was asking me, so what do you think about our development? How long? Because they know how long I've been doing it. Since this year, 20-something, to now. What have you liked about Instagram? What do you think about Meta? What do you think we can improve? Those are town halls. But it's an app that has done that because it says when it reaches a certain threshold, send out these questionnaires and ask for feedback. And this feedback actually helps them learn. And this is one of the things, the tools that you have. Because analysis will tell you something, but feedback from people will tell you something else. And one thing you learn about human beings, they're not truthful. I don't know why we're ashamed, unless you're judged. Why we're ashamed of being honest of what we do. Collaboration tools for distributed workforce. What are those collaboration tools? What are you going to use for distribution? What are you going to use to communicate? And with that is just a short introduction and a talk. And at the end, the different phases that you go through from phase 1 to phase 4. But in eventuality, you'll exit your company. And as much as right now you start off this program, this project is your baby. One day that baby needs to grow up and leave. And then you have to raise other babies. So I'm done for today. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer. Thank you.
I got the question, guys.
in Web3, and it's because I've been a marketer for a very long time, close to 10 years now. And in this space of ours, one of the biggest challenges we face is how to talk about our products, how to bring our products to light, how to get people to love what we do. So it's going to be an interactive session. I'll be asking questions. I hope you can give us a few answers. And yeah, as we wait for the presentation, maybe I can ask a question to the room. How many of us here know what Web3 is? Hands, if you're confident. If you're confident, you can. Do you feel like helping and explaining how you'd explain what Web3 is to your shosho? Uh-huh.
Web3 is a new, it's a new economy that allows people to own a part of, or rather own the digital economy. So Web1 was an inspiration of the internet that allowed you to simply put information. Web2 was simply a way for you, and Web3 is simply a way for you to own what is the internet. So whether it's owning digital assets, whether it's owning a share, whether it's owning your code, it's allowing ownership in the digital economy.
Yeah. When I think it's last month, I was speaking at a very similar event at Choir, and surprised me, and he came to hear me speak. But he didn't understand what I do, what Web3 is, what blockchain is, and he asked me, like, this is all nice and interesting, but ni nini unafanya, like, what do you do for work? And it became a personal challenge. And I was like, if I can't explain what I do for work to my dad, to my parents, to the people around me, how am I, as a marketer, supposed to sell these products? And it made me think a lot about the complexities we face in this industry. In Web3, there's so many things that a lot of people don't understand. And part of this presentation is how we can simplify our language so that we can grow adoption, so that we can get as many people on board Web3. So thank you. Thanks, Glenn. I hope everyone can see a presentation. We can begin. I really liked Trevor's explanation. It's similar to my own. When I was thinking, sorry. Go back to the Web3 slide. Yeah. When I was thinking about how I would explain what Web3 is to my grandmother, I thought about an example or a use case that she would understand that would make a lot of sense for her. And I told her Web3 is like transitioning from renting a house to owning your own house. And the reason I use that example is because she has experience of getting into home ownership. And I told her, before, when you're living in a rented house and you had your landlord, you had to follow the landlord's rules. You had to, if they tell you you can't paint your walls, or this is how you pay your electricity, you have to follow those rules. And that's similar to how the internet is with Web 2. We use all these social media platforms that dictate the use of our content or dictate how we use money. But when it house, and now you have, when it's your own house, if you want to build a 1-story, a 2-story, you want, you can paint the kitchen yellow, nobody's going to ask you. So, and I thought that would make it more simple to not just my shosho, but a lot of shoshos everywhere. And another question that came up in mind when I was thinking about understand that marketing is psychology and marketing is data. You have to understand what you're selling and, more importantly, who you're selling to. And I was trying to understand, why is Web3 so complex? Who feels they can tackle this paradox? Why is Web3 so complex? Okay. The funny thing about crypto, I hope you can all see my screen. 75% of people who own crypto, 75%, we're not talking about the people who don't know what Bitcoin is. We're talking about the people who actually already have Bitcoin, who are trading, who are happy right now. 75% of them can't explain what the blockchain is. And that's scary, because think about it. All of us have money here. We know what money is. We know how it works. Do you know how scary it is to invest in something you don't understand or you don't know? And part of the failure, or part of the reason why we find ourselves in this position today is, one, when things become so complex, the gaps that are created, it's harder for people to understand, it's harder for people to grow. And I honestly think that understanding how Web3 works shouldn't be a privilege, but a priority to all of us, because it's here, it's now, it's part of our present. In the next few years, it should become the norm. So if there are people within our circles who don't know how Web3 works, how all these different technologies can be applied to improve our daily lives, we are doing a disservice to them. The other thing I really believe, and I truly believe in as a marketer, and just also as a human being, when we stop innovating and we start isolating. And that's a big problem. And that's what I believe. The biggest challenge facing Web3 right now isn't adoption, isn't how many people are using the technology in the first place. Because once people start, and I know we talked about M-Pesa so many times. like our first speaker very aptly put, in terms of fintech, in terms of M-Pesa's story is on adoption because early 2000s. But when I remember when my dad first sent my mom money on M-Pesa, the first thing she did was she ran to, what are they called? Those agents, the original ones, the places, so that she could withdraw the money and so that she could hold the money in her hand because there was no trust. And it took M-Pesa years and years for people to be able to move from being able to touch the money physically to understanding that the money is not going to go anywhere, it's safe, it's okay, to now where we are, where we have businesses, we're doing so much. And I like how he put it in the beginning, how companies grow. You can see, like in the beginning, maybe it's just one feature, one product, and as you move along, more things start to develop, and that's where we are right now. And that's the same thing applies to crypto, applies to blockchain. It's how these companies are marketed and pushed. That's what drives adoption. When you think about Safaricom's marketing, it's very simple. It's literally all about trust. I don't know how many of us have studied the psychology of colors. Anyone? Psychology of colors and branding? Good. So what colors inspire trust? Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. True. Yeah. So even when you're trying to build your product, these days there are a lot of accelerator programs, there are a lot of courses and places you can go to, and branding plays such a key role. And you have to understand, you have to build trust, and you have to do things, all these things from the ground level. So simple things from...
When it comes to building trust and companies, sorry to say that a lot of the companies
has messed up.
yes.
True. Exactly. And you've said a good point. It's taken Safaricom more than 20, I think they celebrated, 24 years recently. And we've seen the things that have happened this year alone, just a few months, has abolished trust for millions and millions of people and isolated millions of people. And you're seeing work that has been put in for years go down the drain. And we'll be touching on some of these things in this presentation as we go along. But you guys are the future. You're the future builders. You're the future developers. Maybe somebody in this room is going to be the next CEO of the next big M-Pesa, Safaricom, or blockchain product. And those are the things you need to consider in how to build a successful brand from the ground up, and why things like trust matter. So yeah, this is today's agenda, and I like to call it a launch sequence because, yes, we are techie people here. I'm not a techie, by the way. But the first thing we'll be talking about is understanding the importance of marketing in Web3. Then we'll also be looking at why it's important, even as a builder or as a developer, you need to know how to market your product. You can't just be all about the code. And we'll be looking at what worked for people like Vitalik, what worked for people like CZ. Then how to craft a go-to-market strategy. I'll be giving you 4 key elements for your GTM strategy. And lastly, a few relatable use cases. So let's go to the next slide. Building versus marketing. Sorry. There. Why marketing matters in Web3. So we have this, and that's what I was talking about earlier, like the gap between adoption and why products are not being used. Because the reality of the situation right now is we have a lot of technology, But the key or the reason why products are not succeeding is because we have the technology is too complicated. People need to understand why these products matter. And like we're talking about Safaricom. The reason why Safaricom has been able to do so well is because we know if it's about money. It's about being able to store your money, send money, or receive money. That's it. But right now, and like if you go to most Web3 products or anything, any tech or IT product, and guys are lost in the sauce. Guys love the jargon. We like those hard terms because they make us feel smart and they make us feel important. But then we forget, who are we building these products for in the first place? Are you building it for yourself as a developer, as a coder, as a tech professional? Or are you building this product to help someone to bring true, meaningful, impactful change, to change the world? So it's very important as a builder to shift your mindset and to also have a marketer's mindset. And one thing that Sizi is the founder of Binance. He's had a few challenges. He was in jail for a bit. He's a Ametoka. And then we also have Vitalik, who's the founder of Ethereum. And one of the key things these two men having, or one key trait they both share is they understand the value of conveying what their products do and the impact of these products. It's not just about, I've used this cool technology to change the world, but they have become supermarketers in their own rights, using their own platforms, not just to reach to other devs and other technical people, but to reach out to real human beings all across the world and say, you guys, you need to jump on these things because it's going to change how you live your life. And the other thing is, as a builder, as a person who is creating the product from scratch, there's a young lady who had the idea. Hi, yes. It's very important for you as the builder to be the marketer because you're the one who knows why you're building this product. The authenticity cannot be, like no one else can replicate that authenticity. No one else can sell that product the same way as you, the person who's created it, can, because you understand everything about it. And there's this use case I really enjoy using for authenticity. How many of us here like Rihanna or follow Rihanna on Instagram? Okay, I know gender bias, but anyway, we're still going to go with Rihanna. Anyway, and how many of us follow Beyonce or know who Beyonce is? Anyway, so everybody knows Rihanna is a billionaire and she's an amazing, amazing, smart businesswoman. And she has Fenty. And she's been able not to just sell Fenty successfully, she's been able to sell other products, do collaborations with multiple, numerous brands across the world. Beyonce is also the same. Beyonce has been famous for a way longer time than Rihanna. The truth is, Beyonce, almost all of the products that Beyonce has pushed have failed. And failing in the terms of, yes, they're successful initially because everybody's like, oh my God, Beyonce has dropped this whiskey, or Beyonce has dropped hair care, Beyonce has done this. And then after 3-4 months, but Rihanna, like Bitcoin. So why? Who can tell the difference between Rihanna and Beyonce and why this matters? The reason, yes. That's a very good point. Very good point. Who else wants to try? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, good point. Both very good points. So, let me bring this home. They are both brands in their own rights as individuals. But if you look or if you study Beyonce's brand, she's very elusive. She's very mysterious. And in the music industry, that works because she makes herself rare. Anytime she drops new music and stuff like that, it becomes an instant success. She gets streams because people don't know when the next Lemonade or next Beyonce album is going to drop. That's a masterclass in marketing. But now when we come to products and how Beyonce pushes products, that elusiveness, that mysteriousness, it doesn't translate because at the end of the day, people buy people. And it goes back to what we're talking about, authenticity. You as a builder, when you know what you're selling, when you're there from day one, you know why you're creating this thing, you know what problem you're solving. No one can take that authentic voice from you. And when you become elusive, you become mysterious, you will fall like Beyonce. But if you use the Rihanna strategy, and I like what he said, almost all Rihanna brands, you can see she's very hands-on. It's not just about the makeup, it's why she's made this makeup, who she's made this makeup for, who she's selling to, educating. Like always showing people live examples in a fun way, how they can understand how you can use this product. And because people felt part of a community with Rihanna, because people felt that she's relatable, she's not a superhuman being, they invested in her, and that's how she became a billionaire. So, case in point, I know we're not in the beauty industry or we're not in music, but we can still learn from other places. And you can see that here, this is a very good example of how traditional Web3 or tech brands market. Here, the first phrase you have, a decentralized app uses zero knowledge proofs. How many people understand what that means here? This is a marketing phrase that's been used by a Web3 company to promote their app in their website. How many people know what zero knowledge proofs mean? You, one person. But how many people know that if you keep your transaction private, it's just like cash? You understand? Everything is how you communicate. When using this nice tech IT phrases and stuff, it's well and good. Nobody is challenging your intelligence. Nobody is challenging your degree. Nobody is challenging whether you understand the technology. The reality on the ground is people don't care about the tech. They don't care. Like, even when people use M-Pesa, they only care about pesa imefika kwa simu ama haijafika. People don't want to know what software was used to send the money. People want to know about safety. They want to know they can do control. Like, for instance, when you sell people, a regular person, you build a decentralized exchange. How many people know what that is? Okay, may know, but how many people know? Or who can explain that? But if you say you can take control of your money and you don't need to go to a bank and you can set up a wallet in 5 minutes, everybody understands. Exactly. Thank you. This is like church. So we're spreading the gospel of marketing. Thank you. So next slide. So we're going to do an exercise, and using the examples or the knowledge that we've learned in the first few slides, I want someone to pitch, to share a brief pitch, their elevator pitch of a product they want to build or are currently working on. So we can have maybe 1 or 2 people. And even the people who have companies here already. Trevor. Maybe you can lead by example and share how you do your elevator pitch.
I can give an example of a company because I like the idea.
Nice. Yes, perfect, simple, straight to the point. And I think what you've done there is very important because you've focused on the value, but you've captured it in a way that it's easy for anyone to understand, and that should be the goal for anyone who's building in this room. So I want somebody who's a student to also try. There are no wrong answers, by the way. Okay, I'll start pointing. We'll do a countdown. 5. Anyone? Before I point. 4. 3. Akini lunch mnagoja hivi. Nobody wants to try pitch. It doesn't have to be a real thing. It could be an idea. We need one person to pitch. Maeve, pitch something. It's okay. You don't have to be a student. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, very good idea. If somebody was to ask you, what problem is your idea solving? What would you say? Mm. Mm-hmm. Nice, nice. So basically, you're empowering artists, creators, etc. to take control of their financial futures by giving them access to tools that will give them freedom and control over the rights of whatever it is they create. You see? I don't know if you see what I did there. But yes, very good job. So I think also as we go along, you'll see the importance of what's it called? Fine-tuning the art of storytelling as a builder, as a creator, as a founder, as the person in charge of your own ideas. Storytelling is what sells, and it's what gets people on board. So right now we'll be discussing the key elements of a winning GTM strategy. So the first thing is you have to know your people. You have to know who it is you're selling to or who you're building for, because we're builders here. Who is the end user of the product you're building for? It's always important as best practice in marketing to start from the foundation or to start from reverse. If you know who you're building for and you work backwards, everything becomes easier. Communicating, finding what language you need to use, the tone of voice you need to employ, all those things becomes easier. And everyone here is familiar with data points. In marketing, we like to do this thing called building your ideal customer persona. And there's nothing such as too much detail. If you know the person you're building for, whenever I'm building customer personas, I love to I love to name this person. I love to give this person, I'll even give them problems. I'll give this person character traits. I'll go ham so that I can really picture this person in my mind and I know what it is or how it is that I need to approach them. And I think that's something anyone can learn from, whether they're in tech or in any other industries. Crafting your unique value proposition, and that's what we did there when I was asking you what problem you're solving. It's very important to focus on the why and not the what. And as tech people, tech bros and tech sisters, we like to get, like I mentioned before, we like to get lost in the sauce. The tech, everything is so brilliant about the tech. Like you want to tell people, yeah, you're using blockchain because it's so cool. And you forget that people don't care about the blockchain. They care about how you're helping them. The next thing that we need to focus on is community. Fun fact, I think it's over 60% of people who started using crypto, new crypto users, started using crypto because of the people around them and the communities they were in. And if you're in Web3 or are familiar with the Web3 space, you know that this is a very community-driven space. Any project or most projects that are successful or are achieving success, a lot of that success has been attributed to communities. How many people here know about DevCon? DevCon, anyone who's heard of DevCon? So how many of us are on Twitter? So currently right now, there's this company called Onboard, and they're running a very cool campaign. What they're doing is they're building a community of creators, and they're using platforms like Twitter and Instagram to rally these creators, to build actually a community of creators. And what these creators are being challenged to do is download the Onboard app and create content using the Onboard app and how it's affecting or impacting their lives. And they're also giving them monetary rewards. They're actually giving away a ticket to DevCon for Onboard in Thailand. DevCon is a conference in Thailand for developers. So if you're a developer and you're interested in spaces that allow you to build and get access to information, DevCon is one of them. And if you would also a creator, you could also win tickets to go to DevCon, like what Onboard are doing and what is doing. The reason I mention that is because it's a very good example of how companies are using creative ways to not just build communities and drive adoption in very technical spaces, and also simplifying, because all these creators are now creating content using Onboard, which is a Web3 tool, which is ideally technical and not a lot of people would understand. And nobody is kazing them, nobody is controlling them. These guys have the freedom to create content in their own voice, using their own impact or how this tool is impacting them. So another community success story, or before we go back, one of the other community success stories that I think you guys need to look at or pay attention is Uniswap. How many of us have heard of Uniswap here? Anyone? Okay, good. So Uniswap also was able to build a lot of success thanks to community. The last thing is education. So I believe that education is the best Web3 tool, because we can't have adoption if we're not educating. And right now the truth is almost all crypto Web3 platforms have some sort of educational tool that they're offering, whether it's free courses, free webinars, free academies you can find on their website. And I encourage all of us who are here who can to make use of these platforms. They won't be free forever, by the way. So you might as well use them now. So we're coming up to the use case slide. Next slide. Um, yes. So I have 3 use cases, and they're all different and they're all unique. The first one focuses on simplification. We've talked about simplification at length today. The second one talks about product marketing. We talked about product management in the other talk with the other speaker, and I hope we all have an advantage of that or understanding. And now we're going to speak on branding and trust in the last one. So the first one is about MetaMask. I don't know how many of us know about MetaMask and why it's important. So initially when, in the beginning, a long time ago, like around 2015 or 2016, when crypto and blockchain and all these things were still very new, the people who had access to this technology, the people who are able to transact and access like Ethereum, blockchain, were developers, were the IT guys. Like you had to have not just an IT degree, you had to have like the technical knowledge, you had to know how to, download the nodes and do all these crazy things. So a lot of people were locked out. And this MetaMask guys, the problem they really wanted to solve was, how do we make decentralized finance accessible to regular people? So what they did, they built a web browser extension, and this was easily accessible, and they made the user interface very, very simple. Because before, like I mentioned, if you aren't a tech person, unaenda huko kwa Ethereum unapatana na vitu zingine hazi make sense. Pesa yako, whatever you're trying to do, will get lost. So when MetaMask released this browser extension, and it made people be able to send, receive, and save their digital assets easily, it was a game changer. They paved the way for so many people. A few months later, now guys started developing apps and stuff like that, and they're using this as a use case, because the moment that browser extension became popular and people found how easy it was to use, a lot of people who are locked out were able to adopt and use crypto. And this applies to any other technology. The moment you simplify, you break down barriers to adoption. Let's talk about Ethereum. Sorry. How many people know about the story of Ethereum and why Ethereum is successful? Anyone? Yes, Bratifa. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, thanks for that, Bratifa. On point, kabisa. So I like the story of Ethereum, and for a few reasons. As a marketer, the reason I'm inspired is, like any company or any business, Ethereum faced a lot of problems. The first problem or major problem they faced was, after developing this super cool blockchain technology that's separate from Bitcoin, that allowed people to build apps on it, the issue was all this building was not good for the environment. People were using a lot of electricity just to use Ethereum, and it wasn't good for the environment. And a lot of people who are environmentally conscious or care about the environment were like, tunapenda Ethereum, but we care about the climate, so they were torn. And these guys thought about it, and it took years. It took years. And see, for marketing, it takes a lot of guts for people to come up and say, najua product yangu iko na shida, but I'm working on fixing it. And that's what they did. They realized the initial proof of work mechanism, as much as it was working, it wasn't good for the environment. And they partnered, as Bratifa said, thousands and thousands of developers worked on this. And they are able now to come up with proof of stake. And they had told people, we're going to kill this environmental thing by 99%. And they actually got it done. So when they launched the merge, which is proof of stake, and they're telling people, we fixed it, now you can use this. The environment, we have cut our energy cost by 99.9%. That was a game changer. Everybody was like, okay, that's like, I don't want to use the word gangster points, but mad respect. You know, like, how many people can come up and say that and take that accountability? Case in point, there's a gentleman who pointed out what was going on with Safaricom. We've seen over and over and over again, Safaricom have been pulled on the spot. Why are you sharing data with people, with the police? Why are you doing all these things? What did Safaricom do? They stood, instead of taking accountability, they denied, even pulling advertisements from the newspapers that were calling them out for something everybody knows is the truth. And what has that done? They've lost trust. We are using Safaricom and we're using M-Pesa not because we want to, but because they own 98% of the mobile money market. That's the truth. And it's important as we build and as we create and even as we market things, we have to be accountable. We also have to, there's an, what's it called, ethics. There's ethics behind everything that we do. And this example of storytelling and product marketing by Ethereum, it's a very big class on ethics and why we need to care about what the people we're building for care about. If Safaricom doesn't care about how our data is shared, that's a big problem. And it's also a learning lesson for any company that deals with data. Branding and trust. How many people know Chainlink? Chainlink? Anyone? Maeve? What do you know about Chainlink? Okay. Okay. So Chainlink is this, how do I put it? Chainlink is a bit complicated because there's this thing called an oracle, and basically it's an intersection between blockchain technology and real data from like real world data. So when Chainlink started, hey, their website, it was beautiful, but the words they were using, some of them I can't even pronounce or read. They were so technical. It was so crazy. And they were like, guy, what's happening? Nobody's understanding what we're doing. Nobody's investing in their product. Things were going south. So they actually re-strategized and changed everything. And they changed their entire, what's called slogan and statement to this simple one, saying they are a bridge between real world data and blockchain. And right now it might seem a bit hard still, but trust you me, this is worlds apart from where they came from. And just by investing a little bit in simplifying the communication, and they invested a lot in also building trust. They had partnerships with all the big data companies saying, look, we're working with who, you can trust us. Look, we're working with who, you can trust us. And for companies, especially startups that are coming up, a strategic partnership can be the reason why your company exists or your company shuts down. Because at the end of the day, we are all in this economy to make money, and having partnerships builds trust. And when you build trust, you're able to make money and do so much more. So I hope you've learned a lot from these use cases, and each different use case has a different lesson that we can all employ when we're building our marketing strategies. Next slide. So something that a lot of builders initially have, and this is me speaking from experience and working with people in the IT world. People like to hide. People like to, watu wataki kujulikana, wanataka kazi yao iwasimamie. Guys want their codes to speak for them and all those things, which is well and good. But in this current world, right now, the people who are getting jobs are the people who have Twitter followers, are the people whose GitHub profiles have a lot of content, you know. So right now, we're in the toughest job market in the world, harder than COVID, that's the truth. So getting your degree is not enough. Right now, when you go for a job interview, you'll be seeing questions that they put in brackets, include links to your work, then Twitter following, not a must, but nice to have. They tell you nice to have, but ya ukweli ni lazima. That nice to have is not a suggestion. If you don't have, you are at a disadvantage from all the people who already have those profiles and platforms. And for those people who are building their personal brands online, it's not just access to jobs. If you're building something, you need investors, you need funding, you need support to build your product. And that's how you get it. You have to be able to go online and say what you're selling, say what you're doing, say where you're actually going. If you're at Kiboko DAO's Youth Month, go and post and say what you've learned. It's important. And don't wait to start. That would be my advice. Start today. It's not that hard, it's not that complicated. So start today and have a plan. There's a lot of resources online that can guide you on this theme. I think we can go to the next slide. So, najua mnangoja lunch, but just one last question for the audience. Who are your current favorite tech influencers? Tech, IT influencers. Who's an IT person you follow and you're like, wow? Anyone who follows Sarah Go on Twitter? Sarah Go, yes. Who follows, who else? Let me think. Yes, Jesse Pollack, base. Watu wa base? Hamko base tuko? Aya, ni wawili tu. Hey, you guys need to follow Jesse Pollack. Ata Vitalik. Who's following Vitalik? Who reads Vitalik's blogs? You guys, bana. You're sleeping. You need to be on these things. So I'd say you learn a lot about how to not just build, but how to build successfully by following certain people online. It's very important to find a tech influencer who resonates with you and learn from them. And also, you'd be shocked about how many opportunities you can find online, even things like accelerator programs. How many people are on Farcaster? FC? Farcaster? You guys, there's free money. VC funds are looking to invest in builders in Africa. Their jobs on platforms like Farcaster, they're being posted every single day. So if you don't know, Farcaster is a social media Web3 platform. You connect your wallet, you can receive crypto, you can mint NFTs, you can, I think PizzaDAO is one of the, what's it called? Yeah, they're one of the supporters of this event. All the guys for PizzaDAO are on Farcaster. You can talk to them directly. Most of these people are so inaccessible, but on platforms like FC, you can get mentorship, you can learn. So, mchangamke. So, yeah. So that's basically what I was talking about. Like, how you position your product. At the end of the day, you need to be able to not just sell what you're currently building, but sell the future. It's very, very important. Like right now, it's very easy to say, I'm building a product and I want it to do X, Y, Z. But as a builder or as a developer, my challenge to you is this. Think about the present, think about now, but also think about 5 years from now. How would you envision your product? What impact would you envision this product having? And you can incorporate that into your funding pitches if you're trying to get support to turn your idea into a reality. And that's worked for so many people, as shown with OpenSea. They are able to pitch not just what their product would do in the present, but how much they'd be able to achieve in the future if they got the right support. And that's game changing. So my key takeaways for you guys, very simple. Don't get lost in the sauce. I know I've said that like 3 times, but you guys have no idea how easy it is to get lost in the tech sauce. So don't just focus on the features, focus on the impact of what it is you're doing. Align your vision with market trends. You can have a very good idea, but if it doesn't make sense with what is currently happening in the world, nobody's going to invest in it. Your idea has to have market value. So you have to, when you're thinking about building something, just from the onset, before even you write one line of code, you have to think about right now, if this product became a reality right now, would it make sense? Is it scalable? Is it sellable? Number 3, the gospel of simplicity. Simplicity will kick down barriers to adoption. Number 4, empowerment. People love to invest or back products that help or that have an impact, whether it's within communities, whether it's on the environment, anything, any type of impact you can show through the problem your product is solving will help you get where you need to be. And lastly, you have to make it fun. You have to create urgency. We talk about FOMO a lot in crypto and DeFi because FOMO is important. If that fear of missing out is not there, then why would someone even want to invest or buy into what it is you're building or selling? So you really have to think about, before you even start building, think about, like, if this product did not exist, would somebody's life be impacted? Would somebody feel like, oh, nimeachwa nyuma, I'm being left behind, all those things? It's very important. And like right now, there's a lot of FOMO around Bitcoin. If you're ever trying to build ideas and you're feeling lost, just think about Bitcoin. I love the FOMO surrounding Bitcoin, and that could act as a source of inspiration. So I hope you've learned. That's the end of my presentation. Mnaweza kula lunch sasa. Thank you.
Problem solver, chief comedian at Bitcoin Dada. I do a little community management, digital marketing. Basically, I solve problems everywhere, in communities, in projects. So ukiwa na kashida mahali nione kando, as long as you have the budget for me. Okay, so I'll just go right into calling on my panelists, and then when they get here, they can introduce themselves, and then also tell us what they do and where they do whatever it is that they do. So first and foremost, we have Paul Makolaka. Give it up for Paul. Makofi. Tunaenda lunch, msichoke. Next we have Rafael Nderito. We have Samuel Mutuku. Samuel? Is Samuel in the room with us? Oh, hi. And then last but not least, we have Trevor Kimani. Are there more mics? So we can start with the introductions as we wait for an extra mic. So I'm going to start with whoever's nearest me, and then we proceed to the last. So basically, they'll tell us what they do, what industry they work in. Are they in Web 2, Web 3, and then what is it that they do and where are they doing it? We're good? Msichoke, lunch is almost there. Plus this panel, you'll learn a lot from this panel if you're keen enough.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Trevor. I'm the CEO and founder of Alpha Block. I've been in the fintech industry for 14 years. I'm both Web 2 and Web 3, actually. So Alpha Block is one of my companies. I also have a remittance company called Upesi Money Transfer. And my main professional objective is to create, or rather, enable financial inclusion across Africa and create a new, or rather give you guys access to the new ownership economy.
Hi guys, my name is Rafael Ndirito. I am a Web2 developer. I'm a full stack developer. I'll say I'm a freelancer because I work in different industries. I'm maintaining different projects in the fintech industry, Ukonga, the savings platform, in environmental and sustainability. I work at. So yes, that's what I do. Yeah.
My name is Paul Makolaka, and I'm in both Web 2 and Web 3. Web 2 is mostly a side hustle for me. I lead a team where we are building a platform that is going to empower both learners and creators using a different, using a different model, because the current model of education uses pedagogy. So for us, we are going to use what we call heutagogy, AI, and blockchain. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Nia Jenny. I'm Sam. I am a cybersecurity engineer from CyberGuard, also Africa Hackon. It's a community-based. So what I do, basically, it's pen testing. Have you? Na ushasikia mtu anaitwa hacker? Not now the ethical one. Now we usually check for vulnerabilities on web applications. Let's say that's Web 2. We haven't looked at Web 3 yet. We're still focusing on Web 2. So yeah, our side and developers, we are not good friends because we find bugs, they try to fix them, then we find them again. Yeah, that's what I
so much on it. So basically, Web3 is just, being able to own. It could be rights, it could be assets, could be anything. And then Web2 is now where you have the gatekeepers, where you trust, for example, the banks to be able to, to handle your finances for you. Is where, for example, you trust Facebook to be able to, to handle your content on your behalf. The other thing that I would look at, of course, is data privacy, which is a really key issue. In Web3, like, for example, when you take, social media platforms like Facebook, you trust them to be able to keep your data safe. But unfortunately, that has not been the case. Anything can happen. Myself, before I joined this space, I came from banking and finance. And in the banking industry, probably it's just that many of you are not aware because they don't share this information with the general public because of what would happen. But every day, banks lose our data to hackers. And somebody would ask, why would hackers be so interested in this information? This information is what now they use to commit frauds. I've also had the opportunity to train financial investigators, and that has sent me to, like to go to the dark web doing research and all that. And I can tell you for free, there are markets where specifically they sell stolen data, where you can buy this data. So that is one of the biggest problems with Web2, because the moment you centralize that data, then it becomes, you like incentivize, not the white hackers, but the bad guys. You incentivize them to want to steal that data. But the moment you decentralize it, then you remove that risk from, from the center, and you actually disincentivize the bad actors who would want to steal this data. So I hope I've answered everything.
Let me just use the normal mic. So he's brought up the issue of banks and trust, and most of the people in Web3 claim that Web3 and blockchain is there to solve the issue of trust. Because as human beings, even in our families, our relationships, our friendships, trust will always be an issue. In banking sectors, in terms of land ownership, kila mahali there is a what? A trust problem. So this next question goes to Trevor. Do you think Web3 is solving the issue of trust, and how can it be effected for mass adoption?
Thank you. Trust is trust is something that we need in our current economies, because if you're trying to transact with a stranger, you want to know that whether this stranger, whatever this stranger is promising is real. So to transact with a stranger, you ask a middleman, like a lawyer or a banker or someone who is a professional, to enable that transaction to be safe for you. That is what our current economy, or rather our current transactions do to enable, or that's the reason why we need trust in our transactions. So lawyers are there to make sure that if I say I'm going to deliver for you a service, in case something goes wrong, there's a piece of paper that I can use to say that this was what was promised, and it was not delivered. So now I can have something to fall back on. I trust that this piece of paper done by a lawyer can be something I fall back on. That is the way the world works today. So you need trust. But in the Web3 space, it's not about building trust from along, if you think about the vision of Web3, it's about not needing any trust. So it's about saying, oh, I don't even need a lawyer to be the middleman of this transaction to say that when I'm buying this house and the ownership changes, that I need to make sure that just in case something happens, I can go and use this paper and say, oh, you lied to me. There was something wrong on the information, and I need to, you need to take back the asset and you give me my money. So it eliminates the need for trust. But with like any other technology, it takes time for the technology to become mature. So right now we still have a lot of centralized actors. Even exchanges are centralized, most of them. And you need to trust that when you click pay, that you will get your coins in return for the money that you paid for it. Or you need to trust that when you're trading, that the fees that they have told you is what is actually going to be. And sometimes it doesn't happen. So maybe you can look at the terms and conditions of when you are logging in and check, if my money is stolen, who do I go to? But the whole point of blockchain is that you're building technology that is trustless. So whatever smart contract has been put in place, it cannot be tampered. So if I do say that when you make this payment, the only fee you will be charged is $0.1, then someone cannot change that because it is written in the code. And so you don't need to trust anyone, and you're not looking to build trust because it is already an environment that does not need trust. And so there's a company that was talking about, Google once upon a time had a motto saying, do not be evil. The reason why they said that is because they're such a large organization that they're actually influencing humanity. So with all that power, all that influence, what should we as a company seek to strive towards? And they decided that they should strive towards not being evil. But what if a new CEO comes in and this person has their own motives and they have access to all your data? It means they can be evil. But with blockchain, the rules that have been set, regardless of who comes in, remember it's an autonomous system, there's no one who can come and change the rules to become evil. So it's not about not being evil, it's actually that they can't be evil. And that's what Web3 is trying to do in terms of trust.
Did we all understand how blockchain and Web3 eliminates the need for trust? Are we all on the same page? We sure? Okay. So my next question goes to Raphael. Can a truly decentralized system ever achieve the same level of scalability and reliability as a centralized Web 2 application or system?
Okay, I'll start from the side of Web 2. How does Web 2 ensure the scalability and reliability? In large companies like Google, as the controllers of the data, it's easy for them to scale because Web 2 technology has been around for a while. We've had the tech to scale. Right now we have cloud servers, and if one server goes down, you can have another one come up as a backup. But it comes to, but also, it causes an issue by itself because it creates single points of failures. We've had issues like just a few months ago, where the company providing security had an issue, where Windows computers all over the world just went down. That is an issue of a single point of failure. In Web3, everything is decentralized. It's not easy to just take down one part of the system because the whole system is reliable because it's decentralized. It runs in multiple computers, multiple nodes all over the world. So that is how it can achieve reliability. When it comes to scalability, in the past, the answer would have been no. Because of, in the past, maybe Bitcoin was the most famous one, and it uses something like proof of work, which is very resource intensive. It spends more energy than Kenya annually to run the Bitcoin system. But in the recent past, we've had like Ethereum move to proof of stake, which is a very reliable source of power, and it's able to scale because now the energy spent is much less. So from borrowing some aspects from both, I think Web3, from Web2, Web3 can also attain the same level of sustainability and scalability. Yeah, thank you.
We're good. So this goes to Samuel. Web3 advocates, most of us, there is Chabet here, there is Paul, there is Trevor. Those are already Web3 advocates. There is also Aziz somewhere in the room. So we often emphasize the importance of data ownership and privacy. I think Paul already touched on that. So which model do you believe offers a more secure and a more reliable framework for protecting user information? Web2, Web3?
I have interacted with Web2 mostly. I haven't interacted with Web3. I'll speak on Web2 because there are standards and there are overseers that are usually there to check on if the companies that are handling the data of handling data, they have put in place the correct standards and they have policies in place to make sure that they're protecting the data that they have. That's on the Web2 side, since it's been there for a very long time. On Web3, I think it's the new norm, and for them to have like privacy, they have to. Most of them, they are going to ride along on some of the Web2 things. Because on my own understanding, I know Web3 usually comes in with the notion of privacy and ownership. Let's say, for example, you have an app and you want to do a transaction. Unless you're using, let's say you're using a wallet to do your transaction, you're going to borrow from a bank, and you're going to use an API to integrate in your app. Is that so? Anyone who has an app on Web3? Okay, let's say like you have created an app that allows customers, let's say, to access a service from somewhere, and they want to make a payment. There are two things: either you integrate payment through crypto or through any wallets that you want to use, or you're going to borrow an API from a bank, and that's where we come in. The API that you're using, most of the programmers and the developers, they make errors and they don't use the frameworks during the development of their applications. Most of the frameworks that are used on Web2, there is one called OWASP Top 10. I don't know if you have heard about it. So that is basically that is what we use to counter check if the developer, when was developing the app, he adhered to the criteria and the standards they're supposed to adhere to when they are developing the applications. If they make an error, it's going to leak data, and it's a lot of data, and you're not ready for the repercussions and all the things that are going to come with it. Recently, I think, is it Google, or they were fined by Russia a huge amount of money because of the data of the policies that they didn't adhere to. Also on Web3, I can't say that it is that secure, because there's recently also there's an attack and a vulnerability that happened to DAO, whereby there was an error and a human error on the smart contract code that allowed an attacker to transact around $51 million. That's a huge, and there are very many that are there. What I can say about privacy and everything, nothing, you can't make something secure. What you do, you add layers to the security to make it hard for the attacker to come and get the information. You can't say that I'm secure and as long as you adhere to the protocols and the standards that are there by the different companies, that's when you can say, let's say, you have adhered to the privacy. I don't know which protocols and frameworks that Web3 uses, but on Web2, there are several organizations that are there that have standards that developers and companies have to look at them when they are implementing their policies and everything.
Okay, Sam, you claim that there are policies regarding data ownership and privacy in Web2, and most people adhere to it. But then you come on and say that there have been instances where companies are being sued due to them not following policies. So do you feel like they are doing the data ownership and privacy securely and better as compared to Web3? Also, I think like Paul, you can chime in from our Web3 perspective.
Thank you. Now, I think I need to make a disclaimer that, this is my personal opinion. I believe that, for example, that Web3 is not a solution to all the problems we face in society. So we have to make that clear. Yeah. In terms of data privacy, we've had this conversation before. For example, when we used to have conversation with bankers and the finance industry, one of the biggest issue, of course, they have is anti-money laundering, which is a big concern for them. And from where they sit as regulators, it's understandable. But I need to make this clear that the technology already exists to take care of that. The technology exists to take care of that. And one of the presenters earlier mentioned about zero knowledge proofs. Zero knowledge proofs takes care of that. Whereby, for example, if I'm let's say I'm a fintech or I'm a banker and operating in a regulated environment, I can allow customers to make transactions. And in the process of making those transactions, they can be able to prove who they are without necessarily conveying or sharing data that is not relevant to that transaction. So that's what zero knowledge proofs comes to take care of. In that, I can prove that I am who I say I am without necessarily, sharing with you my driver's license number, my PIN number, to tell you whether I'm married or not. That information is not relevant for that transaction. Yeah. So it is just that I think some of these organizations or institutions or governments are not proactive or are not forward-looking. But the technology is already there to take care of data privacy issues without compromising your data, without, because if I'm the owner of the data, and especially, like in the healthcare sector, this is a big challenge that, for example, why do I have to, if last 2 months ago, I did, let's say, I did, let's say, I did a test, maybe on my brain. And then 1 month later, I go to Nairobi Hospital. And then I have to do it again. 6 months down the line, I'm in Mombasa, and I have to do the same test again. I mean, it is too expensive and unnecessary. So the infrastructure is already there, so that if I'm able, let's say like the first test that I did, I can be able to own it and share it with whoever I need to.
Pipe dream, or are we getting there?
So if you think about sovereignty, it's just being independent, and right now a lot of you are in school or are recently in school. You're trying to gain your own independence, but it takes time, because you might think that you know what needs to be done, but you make a mistake that really affects the next 5 or 10 years of your life. So sovereignty is not something easy to take control of, because we're in a transition phase between not owning everything that you transact with to a world where you'll start owning everything that you transact with. So today, let's say you bought Bitcoin, it pumped. Would you really be comfortable knowing, and just be honest with yourself, it's not about what the technology can do, what the philosophies of Web3 are. Let's say your wallet has 5 million shillings worth of Bitcoin. Would you be very comfortable knowing that anything could happen if you could lose that money if someone just took your phone or took your cold wallet? Would you be comfortable with that? Because it's scary, right? It's not something that you want. It's not a responsibility that you want to take. But there are people who want to take that responsibility. I don't know why, but there are people who want to do that. So they want to have self-sovereign control of their money, of their wallets. But practically, I don't think it's practical, because let's say now you're talking about 100 million shillings. So custody is an important thing in this industry. It is, because eventually you're going to own a lot of things. You'll be owning the rights to your code that you've been building. You'll be owning the rights to the data that you've been building over time in terms of interacting with different social media transactions. You'll be owning the rights to all the algorithms, all the data that you have that can be used for algorithms to help you get better products. If you lose your keys, that all goes away. So custody is important, but how is the custody being done? I think that's what the question we should be asking is. Is it really being done in a safe way where you can say, oh, who actually holds it? How do they hold it? How do they store it? How is it kept safe? There's a company, I think it was in Switzerland, you have to go like 4 floors into the basement. Then you go, you drive 5 kilometers through the mountain. You're not allowed internet, you're not allowed phones, you're not allowed anything to walk in. And inside there, they hold government documents. They also hold Bitcoin wallets. So if you're hearing about such custody things, that to me sounds like a good, safe way for you to store your data or your wealth or whatever it is you want to store. But if you want to take the risk, fine. And that's a good thing with the Web3 space, that it gives you the option. Because right now we don't have an option. You put your money in a bank account, if the bank goes down, all your money disappears. But if you want to take the ownership, you can. But my understanding is that it's actually not necessary for everyone to say that you must hold your own money in your own cold wallet and take full responsibility. We have other things to do in life. So.
But then one of the selling points of Web3 is the fact that you get ownership over your data, ownership over your money, not your keys, not your crypto and all that. So do you think it is feasible, like moving forward, where people should have like full ownership over their data? Or can there be a certain balance that is struck in the coming future where you can partly own whatever it is that you choose, and then you can partly let somebody else have ownership over your data?
Okay, yeah. When it comes to owning your data, I would say the objective should be to own everything that is yours, whether it is physical, like your laptop, or whether it's the data that you've been building over time interacting online. But it doesn't mean that you have to custody all that data. But Web3 will enable everyone to own all their data. This will mean that you can monetize your data in so many ways. If someone wants to, if you want to get a loan, let's say, instead of you paying them to credit score yourself, they pay you to credit score you because they want to give you a loan. That flips the way the economy works, because it means that you actually have so much more control over how your data is used. And if you have control over how your data is used, then you have more ways of monetizing your data. But today, you basically have 0 ways of monetizing your data. So we do want to work towards ownership of our own data, but I don't think having to custody it. Maybe it can be stored inside that mountain I talked about. But then if anyone wants to do anything with it, most important thing is that they have to ask for your permission.
Perfect. Paul, do you want to chime in? I could see you really listening.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, remember I said that Web3, blockchain, crypto is not panacea to all problems that we face in society. But again, to some extent, I would agree with him in that we want to see a scenario. What I foresee personally is a situation where we have both, traditional finance, and then you have refi, and then you have DeFi coexisting side by side. Because they say that variety is the source for life. You don't want a situation where, for example, you can imagine if we were all black, or we were all green, or we were all wearing the same uniform. That would not make life interesting. So life is all about having choices, having, you are free to make a choice based on the different, options that you have been provided with, yeah? So that, for example, at some point, depending on the nature and the need, you are able to maybe use your DeFi wallet, and at some point, depending on the need and the use case, you can still be able to use, M-Pesa. So for me, I would say I don't see a future, and I don't believe in maximalism, because of course, those diehards in the room, maybe this is not, this does not go well with them. But the truth of the matter is, I don't see a world of one extreme. I see a world where we have all these different options, and being able to use the different options. And for me, the most important thing is for you to have the freedom to choose based on the different options that we have. Like, for example, that today, if let's say I became a refugee in Uganda, I want a possibility where, because I have my own wallet, I have moved with my own wallet, I have moved with my own data, I can be able to move on with my life, yeah? If, let's say, today I found myself in a totally different country where, for example, I cannot access M-Pesa, I should be able to, to transact. I should be able to continue my life. If, let's say, I found myself in Russia, and because I own my healthcare records, I can be able to get healthcare services. I'll not be curtailed by these kind of barriers and silos that we have built by these centralized systems. Thank you.
Okay, so this goes to all of the panelists. This is a yes or no question regarding coexistence of decentralized finance and TradFi. Do you all believe that in a couple of years the whole world will move on chain, or is there going to be like a coexistence of traditional finance and decentralized finance? Yes, no, yes, no. You? You can start with Trevor.
Short term, yes. Long term, no.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It will be a mix of the two, so no.
So no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So the on-chain dream is not alive in you guys? Assuming in around like 10 years, right now people are working towards like onboarding people into Web3. So there'll be not zero, okay, we are almost there, but then there will not be like a complete on-chain world. 20 years?
Yes, long term they will be fully
on-chain, okay. And long term means how many years, give or take?
long term. It depends on adoption. Depends on which country you're talking about, which continent. So if you're talking about the whole world, maybe 20 years. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, we can move on to our next question. This goes out to Raphael. So Web2 platforms have set high standards for user experience, accessibility. Can Web3 achieve the same level of ease and inclusivity especially in regions where there are higher illiteracy levels. I remember Chebet talked about that, and we had that conversation like beforehand, whereby you find that onboarding people onto Web3 is a little harder because they use, oh my goodness, you get on an app, oh my goodness. How many people here have Binance? 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 She deleted it. Why? Why did you delete it? Exactly. So you find that most of these applications are tedious. You get on there and you start having migraines. So, Raphael. Okay. Web3, Web2 platforms have set like a high standard in terms of accessibility and user experience. So will Web3 be able to rival that?
First of all, it will take time because of user education. I'll speak on Binance. All of us like Binance because it's somehow in the middle of Web2 and Web3, where you're able.
All of us like Binance? No. Wait, how many people have used Binance first and foremost? Do you like it?
No.
How was like the first couple of months trying to use it?
You don't like it. Hey.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay. Even though you don't like it, I feel like it's a simpler process of onboarding yourself because it's like the apps you're used to, where you sign up with your email. Though that may be taken away from what you're trying to achieve in Web3, is a middle place where you're transitioning from being used to 2 platforms. You are slowly inducted into something that's simpler, so you're able to experience the Web3 world. Lately, it's become easier. Like you'll find when you're creating a new wallet right now, even on MetaMask, you'll be given a 12-word phrase or 15-word phrase that you'll save for yourself because, okay, I think that's easier. Instead of being given like a complicated key which you cannot even keep for yourself, you're given a phrase which is something that's simpler for somebody who's not even as tech savvy they're just words, you can save them somewhere. So I think it can achieve the same level of user experience. It will take the time, and these platforms which are in the middle will thrive before you get there. I think that's what I can say for now.
Does anybody want the same opinion?
The same.
Anybody else wants to chime in? Do you feel like Web3 will achieve a certain level of accessibility, especially in illiterate, like countries where illiteracy levels are a little higher?
I think Chebet mentioned about that it's not about the technology, it's about what it does. And we are still early stages in this technology, but imagine a world where you wake up in the morning, you talk to your AI assistant, and you tell your AI assistant, what do I have planned for the day? Then your AI assistant says, you have these meetings, you have to be here by this time, and there will be a bus to pick you if you make it out of the bed in 3 minutes. So now you start getting up, you start getting ready to go. And then you realize, shit, when you get to the bus, you're like, I forgot my cash. Okay, your cash could be in your phone, your cash could be on a QR code, your cash could be... So you'll realize that the Web3, it's only in Web3 that you can have very many forms of storing your cash. So you can go to someone else's phone, tell them to just get your QR code, and then that QR code is your wallet and you use someone else's phone to pay. Or let's say social media. You log into Google, you have an account in Google, you have a password for Google, log into Facebook, log into your Instagram, log into Twitter. How many accounts do you have? How many passwords do you have? But in Web3, you'll have your account, you'll have your ID, and you can use that to log into the whole of the internet. So Web2, that's not possible. So actually Web3 will create a much better user experience. It's just that the technology is a bit young. It needs a bit more time to mature so that things like decentralized identification can be used widely. And when you have a decentralized identification, it means these online systems can none of them will need you to create an account. None of them will need you to have a password. it's all based on your own biometrics that you own in your own wallet or whatever it is. And that would be the best user experience ever. So even imagine you're going to China. You've never been to China, but you'll not need to create a bank account. You'll not need to download another app. You can use whatever ride-hailing app they're using without needing to download the app, because your app is your own ID and everything else connects to you. So that's why I believe Web3 will create the best user experience.
But then does that really cover the base of inclusivity, considering the fact that we've spoken about QR codes? You need the internet for that. You find that most Web3 applications, Bitcoin, Ethereum, every other protocol covered, they are not quite inclusive in terms of areas where internet is not that accessible. So you don't find them on feature phones, you can't access it via a USSD code. So yeah, how does that come in?
Web3 products, at the end of the day, is just technology. So it just requires someone, I know there's many companies who have actually built USSD products. So it's not difficult to build a Web3 product that has a USSD interface. And that will help improve the accessibility. So there's actually nothing, as Paul was saying, all the infrastructure is actually there. It just requires builders to think about the problem that they're solving and who they're solving it for.
Nice. So for the builders in the house, if you're participating in the hackathon, please build something that includes people in areas without the internet. We want to see more machankuras. If you're not sure, machankura is a Bitcoin wallet. So it uses feature phones, Kabambe. So you can literally transact Bitcoin via your Kabambe using machankura. So next question goes to Paul. The steep learning curve and complex onboarding, oh my goodness, yes, are often cited as barriers to Web3 adoption. So what steps can Web3 take to lower these barriers, and how does it compare to Web2's streamlined user experience?
Yeah, so I would use our own example. So a few years ago, we got into this space for education. And one of the things that we did is that we got, an off-the-shelf LMS. I'm sure probably you know what an LMS is, an online learning management system. And we put in the content. And then we, of course, did a pilot where a number of students accessed, introduction to blockchain, crypto, and Web3. But then along the way, we encountered a number of challenges, especially when, issues to do with credentialing, issues to do with authentication for, their identity, and also being able to incentivize. So when we were trying to connect Web2 components to, with Web3 components, we were having a challenge. So that is why now for us we decided, let's build, our platform entirely on Web3 from grounds up. So that's what we are doing, so that we can be able to address a lot of, you see, for example, today, we all know that, for example, during COVID, a lot of learning institutions, universities went online. But if you look at these online learning platforms, in terms of completion rates, they are very low. We are talking about less than 20% completion rates. And that is not very good. So for us, we believe that it's just a matter of time. It is just a matter of time. Because if you compare, and I think Web3 has received, I think, unfair criticism in terms of user experience. Because if you compare, for example, blockchain as a technology with other technologies that have been there before, if you compare the life cycle, blockchain has tremendously done well compared to other technologies within a very short time. So I think we don't look at that. And I don't know if any of you has ever looked at, for example, the user interface, for example, for Facebook or Twitter in their first 6 months. You'll be shocked. You see, it's crazy. But it has taken them years to achieve the kind of user experience that they have today. So I believe that also within this space of Web3, and as a lot of people, a lot of projects like us are coming into the space, and being able to educate, because for us we believe that education will be the key. If we don't educate people about these technologies, then we are done. Yeah. So for me, I think that with the right education, with the right with the right content, I think that we can be able to achieve this and even be able to make it better. Because you see now what Web3 will be able to do is that, for example, something that we have not been able to achieve with traditional, with Web2 sort of education, is that as a learner, for example, I can contribute. I don't know if any of you has ever participated in what we call peer learning. Peer learning is whereby, for example, as students, it is not only the teacher who marks, for example, the assignment. This assignment can also be distributed to other students. And then they'll be given what we call a rubric. Now, with that rubric, they'll be able to mark the assignment. You see, that does two things. With Web3, when you contribute in marking the assignment, you get rewarded for that. Yeah? So that there is something for you as well. Number two, when you contribute in marking assignment for your peers, you also get to learn. And that reinforces learning. And these are things that were not traditionally possible with Web2. So in Web3 space, with the kind of innovation and development that we are seeing, there are so many other things and capabilities that we are going to see that are going to be possible with Web3 and were not traditionally possible. Like, for example, a few years ago, let's say in 2022 during the elections, we had a lot of back and forth whether, Nairobi governor, whether he went to these universities or not. And, with Web3, that takes care of that. That does not become an issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Sam, this question goes to you. I believe you have interacted with Web3 before. Have you?
No,
or you're purely Web2?
Not really. I'm
have
on
you?
Web2, but I'm trying to learn Web3.
Perfect. Then this question will be perfect for you. So what do you think are the main reasons behind Web3's relatively low adoption rate as compared to Web2?
I think.
And how do you think Web3 can realistically bridge this gap?
I think creating more awareness. Basically educating people about Web3 and what it does, the gap that is going to close in the, let's say, in the market, or what is being done on Web2 that is going to be simplified on Web3. I think it's going to accelerate the adoption of the Web3.
Apart from education, does any other panelists have other ideas on how Web3 can be brought to the masses? Because I believe we always speak and preach about education, creating awareness. There are multiple communities on Web3, but then do the people really know what Web3 is? Have they interacted with blockchains? Have they interacted with these Web3 apps?
You're using to solve my burning problem. They just say, thank you, God. I'm happy you came into my life, and that's what you should look for.
But then does that really achieve adoption for Web3, considering the fact that they will come on as consumers but they're not as active participators in this new technology?
A consumer is the most important participator in the new technology. So if we're building something for ourselves, and a lot of the times we do that, we come up with an idea and we say, I'm going to build it. As opposed to if you're really looking to provide real value for someone, you ask a person, what problem do you have and how can I solve it? And you'll realize that even as a very small, if you don't have resources, you don't necessarily need a lot of technology to solve a problem. You just need to understand the problem and figure out an efficient way to deliver the solution to the person who has the problem. So we are building, yes, but who are we building for? And how important is that problem that we're building to solve? So yes, it takes time, but again, we're moving way faster than how the internet came. So these things take time. Even M-Pesa, before M-Pesa was M-Pesa, it was an airtime product. People were trading airtime to say, instead of sending me money because I am not near you, send me airtime. Then they realized, oh, why don't you just make it that airtime into money? That's how M-Pesa became M-Pesa. And it was probably airtime for quite a long time. But the problem they were solving was moving funds from one place to another, not creating an interesting way of storing money, for example. Yeah.
Perfect. Any other takes?
I think for me, and this I'm saying this with passion because if you look at, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa, we have some of the highest unemployment rates in the world. And if you also look at the demographics, we have the most youthful population in the world. And if we don't do something about this youthful population, it's a time bomb. It's going to be a problem in our continent. So from where I sit, I see this space as one of the biggest opportunities to solve unemployment problems. And the reason why I'm saying that is that, let me just take one sector, for example, the creator economy. You know, in Web 2, for example, if you are an artist, I don't know if there is any artist here, but you know, getting into the art space, it's very prohibitive. Number one, it has a lot of cartels, it has brokers. Number two, to even get your art out there is very expensive. But you see now what Web 2 has done is that, you know, it has democratized the space so that you don't need to know anyone, you don't need to go through a broker, and that's why now it is very crucial, the aspect of education. Because now, if we are able to educate these people, and they see, for example, if I'm a creator, to see how simple it is to create an NFT of my art, or of my music, or of my, you know, my video, and be able to put it out there, and be able to market it out there, then I think we would have solved one of the biggest challenges or problems, you know, in this continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Paul. Also, for the artists in the room, if you're looking for any apps to get started, please check out Zora. So you can put your art out there using Zora. Z-O-R-A, Zora. Yeah, so we'll be doing that. As we go on, we introduce like more Web3 apps. So we want you to go out there and interact with this technology. Don't just hear about it, now watch it kupite, go earn money, because most of them actually earn people money. So next question will go to Trevor, and it's about tokenization. So Web3 introduces new economic models like tokenization. I also work at Project Mocha as the growth lead, so we are also tokenizing coffee trees over there. Trevor tokenizes real estate. So are these models sustainable in the long term, or do they create more financial speculation than real economic value?
Speculation is actually what drives the world, unfortunately. Think about it. You meet a handsome man or a beautiful lady, and you speculate that they'll be a good fit for you. So you choose to, to adopt diamond hands on this individual. So the world runs on speculation. But the problem we have is there's unhealthy speculation. So what real-world asset tokenization does is simply reduce the entry barrier to asset classes that would traditionally have not been accessible. Real estate is the best example because it's a very expensive asset that keeps going up in value because of inflation. While as your income keeps going down in value because of inflation. So it's a double-edged sword that is cutting you on both sides regardless of what you do. So now, you want the ability to own this piece of real estate. Instead of needing 5 million or 20 million or a billion, just use the money you have to buy that asset. You're speculating, yes, but you're speculating on an asset that already has a history of good performance. Because the past performance is not indicative of the future performance. So you're speculating. But as long as you're able to make an informed decision based on historic information, it's a much safer bet that this previous or historic performance is going to be similar in the future. And tokenization helps with that. Because then, instead of only buying, let's say, Doge or Bitcoin, and that's because that's what you can access, you can also diversify across more stable assets that give you better, or rather a more tangible assumption of the future. You know that if you buy this, more likely than not, it will go up in value, or more likely than not, I'll have cash flows coming into my bank account monthly. But other asset classes that are too volatile make that speculation more risky. So tokenization helps in that aspect, yeah.
Okay, for real world assets, I believe most of the people who go into the investments of such are people who come from a background of traditional finance. So how do you bridge that gap where you are selling them a token in the form of real estate as compared to the actual thing? Has there been any barriers? How are you solving that?
So for our business at Alpha Block, our token is simply a security token. So it's exactly the same as a share. It's just that you can build other smart contracts on top of that share. So you're owning a share of an apartment, or you're owning a share of a restaurant, or you're owning a share of a building. So there's not much to educate if you put it in that sense that it's the same as buying a stock of a company, but now you're buying a stock of an apartment. Now that stock or share or token gives you certain rights. So it gives you rights to the income of that asset. There's someone who is in that asset paying you rent. You're a landlord. Yes, you might own only 1%, but you're a 1% shareholder in this apartment. So every month you get a 1% of the rent that comes into that asset. Again, the asset might be worth 5 million. So your ownership is 1% of the 5 million. And so your net worth based on that asset is 1% of that asset. So when you think about it like that, from that perspective, it's just a share. It reduces the complexities, because when you say it's a token, people ask, is it for KPLC or which token are you talking about? But a share is something that people understand, especially if you participate in this economy. Yeah.
Okay, so we can move on to the next question. Web3 proposes a shift towards community ownership and token-based incentives. So which model do you believe is more beneficial for creators and end users? This runs across board.
For creators and?
End users.
Creators and users, yeah. Definitely Web3 is the best model for this, because think about today, you're thinking of a product. And I'll rephrase that so that you remember the important part. You're thinking of a problem you want to solve. So this problem you want to solve requires you to think of how to build a solution to solve the problem. When you build that solution, you want to make sure that your ownership rights in that solution are secure. So that in case that solution grows, there's no one who can come and say, oh, that thing, bring it. You're doing the wrong thing. Today, there's so many entrepreneurs that have built products on top of M-Pesa and they've been shut down. There's so many people who've built on top of Facebook and they've been shut down. There's so many people who have been creating or influencing on social media platforms and they've been shut down. But what the Web3 space allows you to do is know that if I'm building on top of this infrastructure, which is called blockchain, number one, I own it. And number two, I can do with it as I please, and if it succeeds, no one can tell me anything because my customers like it and I'm giving value to them. I think I've gone on a tangent. Explain the question again.
So Web3 proposes a shift towards community ownership
Yes,
and
okay.
token-based incentives.
So a key aspect is that the blockchain is it's a public infrastructure. Anyone can come and use it. It's like a road. So if you have friends and you want to do something with your friends, you don't have to go and ask permission. And most importantly, you find that people who birds of a feather flock together. You guys have a certain philosophy on how things should be done. Maybe you believe that it's important to run the student council or the student groups in a certain way, and there's certain voting things that you do, and there's money that goes into it, and then that money goes into certain activities. It means that even if you're operating as individuals, you can come together collectively to do a single thing without too much admin, without needing a finance person to go and open a bank account. It can actually all be automated and all be legally binding in a way that you don't have any issues in terms of executing these ideas as a community. So it means that different communities can do as they please, but making use of this free or public infrastructure that has already been built for you to make use of. And that's where the community aspect of Web3 comes in, because it does not require you to go and hire a lawyer, recruit a CEO, recruit a finance guy. No, if there are people with certain skill sets that want to contribute, they come and contribute. And based on their contribution, they can get something back out of it.
Okay, when it comes to the community aspect of it, I'll start by saying this. Most Gen Zs here can't wait for the next election. There are chance to change things. So with the promise of Web3 where everybody holds a vote, especially in DAOs, where you can make a decision and make it count for everything that happens. You can propose an idea, vote on it, and when they reach a consensus, it can come to be. I think even if you're given a chance for the country to act like that, I think most people will take it. Where all the decisions, you can have a stake, you can have a say in it, instead of one person who controls all of it, and you're left to deal with the consequences. So yes.
Yeah. Now, I think when it comes to Web3, and this is not just about Web3, this is about future economies. Future economies are going to be community-driven, not what we've had in the past. And right now, I was just checking top 20 largest assets by market cap in the world. And guess what? Bitcoin is number 8. And let me just give you, what this means. Just imagine a situation whereby we've had the big tech companies like Microsoft, like, Google and so on and so forth. If, for example, as an entrepreneur, if you wanted to build on Google, for example, how easy is that? How is it that easy? Can you build anything on top of Google? I mean, it's almost next to impossible. It's impossible. These are closed systems. But you see now, the promise of Web3 is this community-driven and open platform where it is free for anyone. So what matters is your innovation and your ability to be able to convince the community that you are onto something, that they should be able to support your project. That is all that matters. You don't have to know anyone. You don't have to come from from, you know, a particular geographical place. You don't have to come from, you know, a wealthy family or a known family or a political correct family. That doesn't matter. It's, you know, your idea, your ability to convince the community. I mean, those are very interesting and times for me. Thank you.
I'll start with Web 2, since I'm mostly on Web 2. Web 2 usually uses a model of advertising-driven model, whereby they use the data that belongs to the users to push, let's say their product, and they have been having issues with privacy and the violation of the standards that have been put in place. I'll talk about now on the Web3 side. I think it's going to be a new week, since the creators and the users are going to be paid on the services and products they are going to offer via tokens, which is going to reduce the redundancy of using the same data over and over again, whereby you are going to be specified using a particular token. And I think it's a new beginning, and you're going to love it. I'm very interested in Web3 and learn about how things go around it, because data is out there. Your data is being used by these big companies like Google and Facebook, but you're not gaining anything from them. Or they are the ones gaining the profits, but on your end you're not receiving anything. But on tokenization that it has come, you're going to receive, you're going to have ownership over your data. It is not going to be used on any advertising, and you're not, for your data to be used on any advertising platform, it is for you to consent of it, since you have ownership of it.
Thank you for that. I think we can touch on legal and then wrap it up, since I've been told we are way past time. So there are always like concerns regarding Web3 not being regulated enough in the recent past. Then we're starting to see like governments are coming in and trying to regulate Web3. So with governments trying to come in and regulate Web3, we also have Kenya, where government is proposing a certain tax for every single digital asset transaction, which to me is quite ridiculous. So do we think when we move into regulation that Web3 will continue being fully decentralized for it to conform to these regulatory pressures? I think I can have Paul and Trevor on that.
I can say something
Okay,
about
sure.
that. On the government side, when the government comes in, I think it will move from the perspective of it being decentralized to being centralized. Because on the dark webs, when you visit the dark webs, there is a certain crypto that I usually use to do transaction. It's called Monero. I don't know if anyone is familiar with Monero. Monero mostly used form of payment used in the dark web, because it is presumed to be very secure. Since the algorithms that are used by it, it's not easy for them to track it. Also, when the government comes in and regulates, also on the bad side of Web3, now the fraud is going to go high, since it will not be easy for you to track, let's say, a particular transaction. And also, I have encountered some platforms whereby for you to do a transaction, you don't have to do a KYC, because I know Web3 mostly uses KYC to identify someone, or these platforms usually, I don't know, I'm not familiar with. But so, because this platform whereby when you want to receive payment, I won't mention the solution. When you want to receive payment, you only have like a particular wallet address, whereby when the transaction has already been done on that particular wallet address, the wallet address, it is revoked. So on the bad side of it, the fraud cases are going to go high, so it will be very hard for, let's say, authorities, if they're investigating a fraud case, it will be very hard for them. But it's a good thing when the government comes in, it will change the perspective of it being decentralized to being centralized. And many policies and rules are going to be brought in to try to regulate it.
So for me, I think I have always clashed with regulators. And the reason why I clash with regulators is that I don't believe in regulating a decentralized network. I don't believe in that. And any government that, because you see, and it is not true. I know there are criminals that use, for example, crypto to pay for illegal, because that is the form of payment in the dark web. That is true. But if you did a comparison between the illicit financial flows that goes through cash and those that goes through crypto, what goes through crypto is very minute, very negligible. So this is just narrative. These are narratives that have been created, to bash crypto. Because when it comes to illicit financial flows, cash is still king. Yeah? Number two, you see, it is just like the proverbial taking, for example, new wine and putting it into old wineskin. And you can all guess what will happen. That can't work. So I always tell regulators that if you want to address the issue of regulation, you cannot address the network itself. Yeah? You can address innovations that are built on top of, that, for example, we have, like, for example, projects like Kotani Pay, which it is okay for them to operate within a regulated environment. But when you start having this narrative saying that you're going to regulate Web3, then you have no idea what you're talking about, because you cannot regulate it. Because, for example, how do you regulate my computer, what my computer does? That is not even, it's not even viable, it's not even possible. Yeah? So regulators need to come up with innovative ways on how to address the issue of regulation, but not throw these big terms around that we need to regulate Web3, that we need to regulate blockchain, that we need to regulate crypto. That is not, it is not viable and it is not possible. Because for some of us, of course I'm not talking on behalf of everyone, for some of us who have tested financial freedom that Web3 brings, we'll do everything possible to make sure that, and by the way, this is a train that has already left, and it has no point of return and it has no brakes. Yeah, this Web3 space, blockchain space, crypto space. So let nobody lie to you that they are going to regulate blockchain, they are going to regulate crypto, what they can do, they can regulate innovations on top of this infrastructure. Thank you.
I'll start to say, one of the first questions to ask are, what are the core foundations of Web3? And I think one of the most important ones is control. That's what we're trying to do, where you have ownership and you have rights to decide what happens to even your community and what goes on. So I'll say something controversial. I believe in regulation, but not government regulation. I feel regulation is important. Even in DAOs, they'll have rules which are implemented using smart contracts. And I'll even speak of like a crypto like Ethereum, where when a transaction is going through, if you're not acting like a bad actor, it is penalized, where you lose the Ethereum you staked once you do that. So I believe regulation should come from within the Web3 community. We're able to choose what's best for us, but having a government come and say that they'll try to regulate you, first of all, it's not possible, and I don't think it's also feasible as well. Yeah.
With the regulation, regulation has been an issue in the past where people feel like Web3 should be regulated. Then governments are coming in to do the regulation. Now, with the regulation coming in, will Web3 continue being decentralized in the coming years?
Regulation is necessary because if regulation was not there, you would have bad actors that have access to you today, right now, through your M-Pesa app or through your banking app. But the problem is regulators they do not go deep enough to understand what this thing does to devise the right type of regulatory frameworks. So it is a problem because you have regulators who have never been in the market, never run a business, never even looked at how or to try and understand what this technology can do. And then they just slap a rule that is based on, oh, but this is how these other guys are regulated, so we'll regulate you like this. So that's where the problem is. It's not that we shouldn't have regulation, because if we don't have regulation, some of us will be walking around here with guns, other people would be teaching their own classes at that corner. Regulation actually stops those things from happening. So it stops bad actors from being there. It also creates a guide for people who might not know the best practices on how to execute. But now we need to make sure that the regulator does not over-regulate and kill the industry. And that's where we are currently at, that we are sort of being over-regulated by people who don't understand what this technology can do. And we are at risk of having the industry being killed. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you to our panelists. So our parting shots, I want each of our panelists to tell us where do they see the internet in the next 10 years? And also, can you tell the crowd whether to stay in Web 2 or move to Web 3?
The internet will be your playing field. Whatever it is you want to achieve, you'll be able to achieve. And if you do achieve it, you'll be able to reap the rewards of it. So be ambitious, know that you have an opportunity that no one in the history of mankind has had before.
They move to Web 3, or should they continue?
Whether you want to move to Web 2 or Web 3, it's like saying, do I move to brick and mortar or do I move to digital? It's inevitable, because all data eventually will be on a blockchain, because people will want, or rather will need, to make use of these user experiences that will be designed. So when you have self-sovereign identification, that means we've solved the whole user experience problem and security problem in the world. And if you're not building towards that, you're going to be left behind. So definitely do not ignore the space.
I'll start with the second question, whether to move to Web3. I think all of us are developers here. Okay, some of us are developers here. And the thing about that is, because right now everybody wanted to move online. Let's start from 2020. During COVID, everybody wanted to move online. By being early adopters of technology, we're able to be the guide, the people who enable businesses to enter the digital age. So I'd say even right now, move to Web3. Try buying a crypto today and see how it works. Try using a decentralized app, because in the future, there'll be opportunities for you just because you are there early on, you understood it. You can even be a guide going forward. You can create opportunities for yourself that didn't even exist. And I think the future will be blended, just like some elements of Web 1 are still present today. Like most of us here have gone to Wikipedia, but how many of us have edited an article? You can say that. So that concept of going to the internet to just read something still exists. And I don't think Web 2 will be completely wiped out. I just think there are things that will be left there, though Web 3 will come to take over the major share. That's what I think the internet will look like in future. Yeah.
For me, and especially given the fact that I've been around for quite some time, so I've seen I remember those days when you used to carry diskettes. I don't know if any of you even experienced that. So it pays to be a pioneer. So you better align yourself to be a pioneer in this space, because it is just a matter of time. And the ground is going to shift so fast that if you don't align yourself, you'll have yourself to blame. And this space, and especially given the fact that, you know, we come from this part of the world, this space is going to offer opportunities that the sky is not even the limit. Because there are so many innovations that we have not even thought about. That some of them are actually going to come from you. So you better align yourself. Thank you.
In my own opinion, I think Web 2 and Web 3, they're going to coexist. Most of the companies, let's say like Twitter and let's say Facebook, they are going to adopt Web 3 in such a way whereby they are not going to be using ads to push, let's say, an agenda for the creators and the users, for them to be monetized or for them to receive their funds. So for you moving to Web 3 or staying on Web 2, I mostly ride on Web 2, but maybe I'll advise you, or maybe this is my own opinion, maybe you can learn something, one or two things about Web 3, if it's going to solve your problem, or if you see your data is safe on Web 3, go ahead and adopt it. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I'd love to echo what they've said. If you are not yet on the Web3 standard, please make sure, do right by yourself. It pays to be a pioneer. Go out there, interact with these apps. Most of them, you need $1 or $2. Go mint something for free. Buy crypto, hata kama ni BTC ya 200. Stack some satoshis. Get on applications where you do some little tasks and then you earn some tokens, Bitcoin, whatever. Otherwise, stay curious, stay fresh. You guys are still young. The future is bright for you. Yeah. Have a lovely day. Thank you so much to our panelists. A round of applause. Thank you.
Kutuma pesa kutoka Kenya hadi Ghana, Nigeria or Cameroon imekuwa komplike mbaya zaidi. But not anymore. With YellowPay, ni kama mkate ngumu mbele ya chai. Just log into your Yellow Card app account, tap pay, then send. Chagua the country and city number, weka amount, check the conversion rate and confirm the transaction. Voila! Mungu tu imezidi. By the way, unajua unaweza tumia mse hayuko on Yellow Card yet, na bado do ataget. And receiving cash is just as easy. Log on to the Yellow Card app or sign up if you haven't already. From your dashboard, select withdraw, select mobile money. Now, enter the amount you wish to withdraw in Kenya shillings. Enter your network provider and your phone number as your account number. Confirm your withdrawal details, then input your 4-digit PIN. That's it. Your mkwanja will land in your phone within 12 hours. YellowPay is the easiest way to receive and send money to Nigeria, Ghana, and 20 other African countries instantly. It's fast, simple, secure, and free, powered by stablecoins.
Developer perspective. Okay, here you go. Developer perspective.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I'd say zero knowledge Yeah, so as I was saying, LISC is their vision is to onboard African developers into their own ecosystem. Why? Because they are looking into onboarding projects that are able to scale into the emerging markets. When I say a real world application project is the one that I'm saying is the one that tries to solve a problem that surrounds your environment, okay? So maybe if I could get answers from you, what are some of the kinds of local problems that you've experienced in your own environment? So hands up, anybody? Yeah. How many problems have you faced? Yes, yes. Yeah, she said bottles disposal, waste disposal is so bad in Kenya. Any other person? Yes, I like. So disruption of the power electricity in Kenya. Another problem. You guys don't have problems. Okay, so I said a lack of storage for water purposes. Yes. I said lack of market for the farm produce. Which produce are you like in your mind? Sorry? Vegetables. Nice, nice, nice. Any other? Yes. Employment discrimination. I like the problems that are coming in. Any other problem? So imagine these problems. Imagine these problems and how they affect the environment that you are in. So, in a span of just 5 minutes, think about how you can solve that particular problem. Without even thinking about this blockchain or anything, how can you solve that particular problem? Even if it's just a personal solution, you don't need a company, you don't need a startup, you just need to solve that particular problem, depending on how small the activity is. Yes? Nice, nice. So she said you can reuse or recycle those particular plastic bottles and you can make them flower pots, or you can also make them to be gabions, is how we do in the up country. So maybe I pose a question to you. So could you do that yourself? So you see she's already doing it, and are you looking to impact that particular activity that you're doing in this community that we have in here? Then start a company today. Okay, so that's how people solve their own problems. I mean, are you willing to be taught how you can make flower pots from a bottle? That's your first user. That's how people make connections, and that's how people make a market in this space. So now you see what you are lacking. You are lacking a intermediary communication between you and her. That means you're lacking a system that she can now interact with you. And then now she can maybe have the flowers that she gets from, I don't know, your loved ones. And she can always tell you, I got this. I mean, do you think I can give you something because these flowers are too many or something? Yeah? And then now you make a business strategy on how you can make a profit out of that. Now are we together? Yes? Okay, so if at all the QR code is not working, on Telegram you can just search LISC_Kenya, and you'll just find a LISC logo. It looks similar as this, but it has a Kenyan theme. Yeah. So you just search LISC_Kenya, and you'll find the particular group. He has general and announcement channels in case you need more info on that. So welcome to everybody who's coming in. So we were discussing on how the particular problems that we are facing in our different environments, on how we can solve them, even with the smallest action, even done by our personal initiative. Yes? Yeah, nice. My friend, your solution has been made by another founder over here while you're sleeping. That's why I'm always advocating, if you have an idea, build first. Build it first. Because if at all you don't build it, there are millions of people who are thinking about it, maybe in a million different places that you might not think of. And the moment you don't build on it, then you won't have to scale on it. And the moment you don't scale on it, then you won't have profit on it. And you will always be like, I thought about it, oh my God, I thought about it. Okay? And here right now, we are giving you an opportunity of whereby you can build that particular problem, have that particular solution, understand how you can make it a blockchain way, okay? So how about in every community, or in every that community, every person who's trying to plant vegetables, you can input them in a DAO. Okay, so a DAO is like a decentralized autonomous organization. In layman's terms, a DAO is a chama. Those chamas that your mothers or your sisters or your aunties go to get. But in this way, it's not centralized. What I mean centralized, in a layman's term, is whereby you find a chama, only one person can handle the money, okay? And every time there is a merry-go-round, that's when they give each other money. Then you can track whoever has given money, how much did they give out? You can be able to track that, right? So in a DAO, it brings about the bit of decentralization. So how does that happen? You are able to track any transaction that has happened in between that DAO, okay? You are able to create a governance system in that particular DAO where it says that if at all you miss out to contribute 2 times, then you're no longer part of this group, or you'll be penalized with such a fee. You can also have a tokenomics on that particular project, whereby it says, if at all we get or we reach a contribution of, let's say, 100,000 after 3 months, we will have 2% that's going to help the school in enhancing the education in that particular program. We are going to have 3% go to the people who help us plant our own farms, and 10% you're also going to put it in the governance system of the community, of whereby you can be able to become so strong that you are the people who are the supply market for the whole county or in that particular environment. Okay, so I'm trying to give you scenarios like this as we settle down, and also as David is trying to sort up everything, and as our guests are also trying to set up everything. Yeah, so David, are they good? Not yet. Okay, Grace. A minute. So how many people now know what LISC is? I mean, there are
if we're visualizing a new reality here on Earth, what is the ideal state of Earth? Like, what do we actually want to do if we could do anything on this planet? And it's like, well, we probably should just like throw a party. Here we can go, action. What do you need for that party, right? Pizza. So that was kind of part of the how we got where we are. We're gonna throw a global pizza party that we're gonna fund by selling blockchain-based NFTs of pizza. Like wanting to build towards a world where everyone can just eat. People came to Pizza Now because they wanted to bring the world together around pizza. And so having like a really strong mission that people can sink their teeth into, that was our secret. We're here at Pizza Brain, Philly's famous pizza museum. All right. Pizza is a global phenomenon. It's beautiful, right? Every pizza is kind of a work of art. Every pizza is community in a box because there are 8 slices in there and you're probably not gonna eat all of those alone. This is why pizza is what I came to as this is the vessel to bring community ownership powered by the blockchain all over the world. What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna eat it. Oh. A funny thing about me is that I actually cannot eat gluten or dairy. So it is not actually about pizza. What Pizza Now does for Web3 is instead of going to people and saying, we're Web3, and we say, hey, you want a slice of pizza? So it's a really good foot in the door to say, hey, maybe there's something really interesting with this blockchain stuff. I run this Facebook group in South Philly called South Silly. And so I have relationships with a lot of the local businesses. When the pandemic hit, businesses suffered many.
Kutuma pesa kutoka Kenya hadi Ghana, Nigeria or Cameroon imekuwa komplike mbaya zaidi. But not anymore. With YellowPay, ni kama mkate ngumu mbele ya chai. Just log into your Yellow Card app account, tap pay, then send. Chagua the country and city number, weka amount, check the conversion rate and confirm the transaction.
Voila! Mungu tu imezidi. By the way, unajua unaweza tumia mse hayuko on Yellow Card yet, na bado do ataget. And receiving cash is just as easy. Log on to the Yellow Card app or sign up if you haven't already. From your dashboard, select withdraw, select mobile money. Now, enter the amount you wish to withdraw in Kenya shillings. Enter your network provider and your phone number as your account number. Confirm your withdrawal details, then input your 4-digit PIN. That's it. Your mkwanja will land in your phone within 12 hours. YellowPay is the easiest way to receive and send money to Nigeria, Ghana, and 20 other African countries instantly. It's fast, simple, secure, and free, powered by stablecoins.
The tips that they are going to leave for the developers that are around here on how they can build on Lisk. And they are also going to share some motivations for the builders on how they can also build on Lisk. So I welcome Etok. I welcome Etok to be able to start on starting to speak, and then we'll move on from there. So we have Etok, we have Bello, and we also have Collins. So they'll speak after each other, and then we'll start. So to the builders in the real event, so please, for those who have joined the Lisk Kenya Telegram, ask questions on that community. Ask those questions on that community and also be able to engage with the speakers that are on the online channel. So to the online people, keep up, ask your questions also in the chat, and we'll get up to you on the answers. Yes. So Etok, are you ready? Okay, Etok has some issues. We can move on Collins. Collins? You can take the floor.
Hello. Hello. Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, Collins, we can hear you. Move on.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good evening, rather. My name is Collins, and I I am a Web3 developer. Yeah, and also a Web3 founder. So, so I'm going to journey as a Web3 developer and a founder, and through my incubator program. And then I'm going to share some insights about start founding a Web3 product and also something for the newbies that we have here. So, so first of all, I'm going to talk about my experiences in the incubator. So, the AI incubator that came through LISC, it has been amazing, right? They're making us understand that it's not just about building a product. It's not just about what you get to gain, but it's about like the impact that your product is leaving, right? So they made us do market validation, sending out survey to users to like understand if our product actually solves the problem that we say it solves, and to get things clear, right? They made us understand that we don't the things that you think you know, like you don't really know them, right? So they make things better for us. Yeah, so it has been an amazing journey so far. Yeah, so I'm going to like now talk about like what is like it is like founding a product in Web3. So to found a product in Web3 is just like almost it's just the same thing as Web2, but with some differences since the technologies are different and all that, right? So now because of the way the blockchain technology works, we have been having some issues with user experiences. Some of us here have interacted with blockchain applications whereby we had to like connect our MetaMask wallet and all that, right? So as a Web3 founder, when you are thinking of like building a product, you should think of how you are going to like make your design and the platform and everything easy for users to access, right? So that's like user centric design and better user experience. Yeah. So and then the second thing is community, right? So in the blockchain space, community really matters, right? So if you're founding a product in the Web3 space, you have to like focus on community because if you look around and any successful Web3 product that you would find there's a community around it, right? So definitely can't do it alone, and you need the community for collaboration, support, and also get feedback and build something better. So yeah, you have to adapt a lot, right? So the blockchain space is always evolving and changes are always coming up, and you just have to adapt and evolve to those changes, and then the market conditions to change. You get feedbacks from users about what they think about your platform and what you can do better and all that, right? So yeah, so one thing you shouldn't forget is security. So security is like very important when you are founding a Web3 application. You have to like put all this in. You have to put all this together, right? You have to figure out how you could tackle these few things that I've listed out. So first, if I talk about better user experience, the community, and then your ability to adapt and change, and then security, like you have to put a lot of security measures in place. So yeah, the blockchain technology is secure, but if you can actually like go into some issues with security breaches and all that. So yeah, so I think I should have done this before talking about thinking like a founder, right? I should have talked about like a brief story about my Web3 journey and all that. So my Web3 journey actually started like It actually started months ago at Borderless, but it was very rusty. I didn't really pay attention and grasp everything, right? So I started again about 3 months ago at Web3 Bridge, and it has been amazing. Like it has been great. I've built like a whole lot of projects with Web3 applications, both for testing and learned as live for like users to use, and it has been amazing. It's at first it wasn't the whole concept of Web3 decentralization and all that. It might be difficult to grab, but it's fine so long as you are enthusiastic about it and you go ahead to like make your own researches and then you ask questions. Right, that's why you have communities like building on this. You have the ambassadors there. You can always meet the ambassadors for questions. Like basically everywhere, every country, like everywhere, like there's Web3 activity or stuff. There are list ambassadors there, and you can always ask questions from the ambassadors. Yeah, so I'm going to leave like a few advices for newcomers. So I would advise newcomers to start small. Like definitely, like you should start small. I mean, there are a lot of, like for example myself, like I came into the blockchain space and as a smart contract developer, and I saw other people doing zero knowledge technology and some other advanced stuff, right? And it was just like overwhelming. But I decided to start small. I decided to like learn the very basic thing, like the very basic thing, and start there. So if you hear someone is doing something and earning a huge amount because they are doing that thing, you shouldn't just rush there, right? No, you should just start small, and because they didn't just get there, right? They start small and all that. So you should also continuously learn. Like now we have the wave where zero knowledge technology is a thing and everyone is talking about it, right? So there's always something coming up in every particular time to learn, and you have to like learn continuously. And yeah, so you are going to be faced with security standards and all that. So embrace failures. You are going to like have issues a lot. Like even big companies, like we were talking about it, like senior developers there and they still get hacked, right? So embrace failure. Like you would you would come across issues whereby maybe your code is not running, or maybe a senior developer looked at your code and feels like it doesn't make sense or something, or you are not understanding the concept. It's totally fine. Like everyone passes through that. Then another thing is network actively, right? Like some of you here that most of you don't know yourself from anywhere, right? Maybe I don't know if they have given you a chance to network with each other, but like always network with one another. Like network, ask questions, and then learn from each other and grow. Yeah, so I think that's just all I have to say, and I don't know if anyone has any questions for me. Hello, I can't hear anything. I don't know if anyone is asking any question.
How to maneuver in the Web3 space through the Web3 bridge. Over to you.
Hello, sorry, can you please say that again? I didn't get that question.
So in this
I
room,
still can't hear anything. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
I
yeah.
can still hear.
I can see.
Come
Okay,
again.
okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
just asked a
I just
question,
asked
so
a question,
I
so
was
I
asking
was
if you
asking
Okay,
could
if
so
if you
can
could
you hear me
repeat.
now, Collins?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. So, with your background in having learnt at Web3 Bridge and you having known Solidity from Web3 Bridge and having started your journey on Web3 Bridge, there are beginners in this room who are also interested to know how you maneuvered in learning Solidity to a point whereby you are able to build a project on the Lisk ecosystem. And for those who are also in the room, Collins was the winner for our Ed Safari bounty in Kilifi due to his project that's called Safe Mind. So keep that in mind. Yes, Collins, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
uh,
Uh,
so for this, I'm going to like give Web3 Bridge their flowers. They are doing a great job. Like our mentors are doing a great job. So I'm actually an on-site student. So the mentors are there is one-on-one. And if you are stuck anywhere, you can always ask questions. So I didn't mention this when I was giving advice to the newcomers, but always ask questions. Like always ask questions. Like even though you're in a room whereby everyone seems to have it all figured out, they don't. Trust me, the ones that you think that they do have it all figured out, they don't. So always ask questions. So I ask questions when I don't understand something. I ask to get clarity, and then another thing, there are AI tools out there. So you shouldn't just use AI tools to like give you solutions, but they should be as a guide to you, right? So I used AI tools, asked some questions, and then there are resources out there on the internet. So if I'm stuck anywhere, I go to the internet and search, and yeah. So like there's something I always say that you are not the first person that's going through what you are going through. Like the bug you are facing or the concept you don't understand, you're not the first person. Someone must have asked the question and gotten an answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And also just an touch. Could you please speak to us about your project, Safe Mind, and also how you managed to do that in a span of 3 days in a hackathon that was done in the Ed Safari hackathon?
Oh, okay.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so Safe Mind is an anonymous therapy platform. So what Safe Mind does is it matches you with a professional therapist that we have verified and onboarded on the platform anonymously. So meaning your identity is safe while you still have access to professional mental health support, right? So how we were able to do this just within 3 days. Now we didn't get it all done, but we focused on the key concepts like getting our smart contract ready, deployed on the list testnet, because that's going to be like a criteria for joining, and then we built our landing page and we built some components in our dashboard and put things together, right? So we really focus on getting it all done because I mean it's almost not possible to get. But after the hackathon, went back, revised, and SafeMind.app is actually up and running, but currently on the list of moving to the list.
It seems we lost you a bit. Collins, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. So hope you've all heard, as Collins was saying. So the Safe Mind app is a mental health project whereby it connects the mental health. Would I say I don't want to call them enthusiasts, but I want to call them people who are seeking mental health services to the practitioners who are experts in the mental health services. So you find most of the time people when they're trying to get therapy or advice on their mental health status, they don't want to be known, or they don't want their identity to be known to other people, and also they just want the practitioner to know them and just treat them not with any biasness or any judging preconceived decisions from how they look and why are they there. So now he built a blockchain project whereby it anonymizes the mental health seekers when they are trying to communicate with the practitioners. They can be able to communicate without the practitioners knowing who, and by their name and also by their status, facial status, or just bodily status of who they are. So that's how he used the blockchain into his project, and he deployed it on Lisk. And as you can see, he was among the best projects that did develop in that particular hackathon. So this is a motivation to the developers that are also in the space. You can have an idea, you can build it, and you can always scale it. So after the hackathon, as Collins has said, as I'm waiting for him to get back, he said that he still went on to rebrand and also rebuild on that particular project. He didn't stop building on that particular project because currently is also moving in the market, whereby he is having users in that market, and I'm sure he's looking to scale higher on that personal venture of SafeMind project. So I'd also advise the particular projects that you're doing in this hackathon that you're going to have with Kiboko DAO, don't just do it because it's a hackathon and you feel there is a bounty. Do it because it's an initiative that you want to build a startup out of it, and maybe one day you also want it to be a very huge sized company. So have an idea that can scale, that can solve the problems that are on the environment, and that has a need for blockchain. Because as you've heard, SafeMind needed blockchain in that particular situation, because I know most of us don't like going to the hospital, especially men, because you're like, we are so tough, we're so masculine, we don't go to the hospital. I better stay at the bed and I'll be good, you know. But now with a particular project or a particular platform like SafeMind, you can be able to go to the hospital, be attended to without having people know even your gender. You just need to have a wallet with a public address, and you just give your information and you're treated and you're good to go. So that's what Collins is doing. So moving on, because I feel Collins is lost. Collins, can you hear me one last time?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Then we'll move on to Bello. Bello, can you hear me? We can move to you, and you can share your own experiences in how it has been for you to build on Lisk and the opportunities that have been available for you in Lisk, and how can you motivate the builders in this space to be able to build on Lisk starting today. Bello? Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me clearly? Am I audible? Okay, so my name is Bello Itola. I'm a Web3 developer, and I'm here to talk to you about my journey and advice for aspiring builders. So I'm going to talk about my personal journey to Web3. So I've always wanted to go into Web3 since 2020. So I was kind of a meme coin guy, trying to buy these tokens and all, but I felt that I needed more. And later I found out about Solidity. I tried picking up Solidity by myself several times, but there was no way for me to move forward. I joined some boot camps and all, but for some reason, yeah, I could not grasp it. So early on, someone introduced me to Web3 Bridge. Yeah. So when I came to Web3 Bridge, I met like-minded people that helped me understand something. So one thing I like about Web3 Bridge is the mentors. No matter how dumb your question is, yeah, they are going to answer it. You don't have to be scared. Or definitely, people might laugh at you or what, but your question is going to be answered. So the love that I experienced from Web3 Bridge and the community in Web3 actually pushed me forward to actually learn blockchain and start building applications. So I'm going to talk to you about my journey through the incubator program. So while building, I want to like give a piece of advice that you can build a project now. So me and my team we have built at least I think 2 or 3 projects. Yes, we submitted them for hackathons, we even get to top 10, even top 20. We lost our hope. But when we applied for an incubator program, we got in. So if, for example, you are building and um, for any hackathon or and you're losing hope, you're always failing for the same project, bringing your ideas, just keep on pushing forward because your project doesn't win an hackathon doesn't mean it's not going to become a scalable project or it doesn't mean it's going to come into an incubation program. So I'm going to talk about the incubation program at Aya. So one thing I love with the incubation program at Aya is it actually it's not just about building your project, it's about understanding your users, making sure you understand your users and your business model. Like when I was watching and someone was talking about Binance, the Binance interface is looking this, scattered and all. Those are the things they teach you. They teach you user experience. So they teach you how to like if you want to bring people on board on your platform, you should make it as seamless as possible. That even someone that's not new to Web 2, Web 3 can just pick it up and understand their way around it. So that is one of the things they teach you for your product to be able to be scalable, for you to have users. And also, they also teach you things about marketing and understanding your landscape and um, your competitors, understanding what they do, what you can do better, and how you can even, if it's to steal like a fraction of the market you have from your competitors. So that's one thing I love about Aya. And also, they taught us how to think as a founder. So, and separate the way you think as a founder and a builder. So, as a builder, sometimes when it's building, you're just building applications. There's no really clear roadmap. You're just building. You don't understand your users. You're just building. Oh, this project looks fine. The UI is crazy. All these kind of things. But when they teach how to um, think as a founder, they teach you how to communicate with your users. Like go out and reach out to your users, talk to them, get feedback, do real life interviews. So while doing those real life interviews, you understand why your product is being needed and you can validate the problem you're solving. So one of the things we discussed with one of the higher mentors is that when we were first talking to them, we knew what we were solving, but we could not articulate it well. So to them, it felt we were trying to solve a symptom, not an actual problem. So they taught us how to talk to our users, talk to people that are in the space, the people we are targeting to understand how we will tell our story properly. So another thing, an advice I'll give to a pre-builder is keep on researching and stay curious. So keep on researching, building your skills. One thing about the blockchain is new things are always coming. So you need to keep on researching, understanding what you're doing, and the moment you have high curiosity, it will kind of give you the motivation to start building properly. And one more thing is stay adaptable and resilient. So, as I said before, I've built many projects. My team have built many projects that it's actually a nice idea. Built one for deeping for helping electricity in Nigeria. We submitted for an hackathon. Um, it didn't go through. We built another one. I've forgotten the name. Also, that one didn't go through. So it was CoinSafe, which is the product that got into the incubation that helps users save on chain, kind of bringing if you might know piggyverse, which is in Nigeria, is like a saving web 2 platform, but you are bringing it on chain and making it seamless for users to save on chain. Even like during this bull where bull run that's coming, when users spend a lot of money and all, and they don't we make it seamless that as you're spending money you're also saving. So um building projects here is going to help you a lot, and that is one thing that Aya team helped us. So one thing I will say again is be patient. Don't always rush, because sometimes you might feel like, oh, I'm building, nothing is coming. For the project we built, Coinso, we built it for like 3 to 4 months, I think, yes. We're submitting for different things, and it wasn't going through at all. We just say we should just try one last time, and if we try this time and it doesn't go through, maybe we think of another project, and it went through. So just keep on pushing. And also another thing is always join communities. That is one of the thing I like Leaks is one of the things I like about Leaks is that the community is very rich. So during our development whereby we had some issues, we could easily reach out to them and help us, and we could reach out to different developers in their Discord to help us understand what we're doing, since it's like kind of the first time we are implementing such feature on change. So that's all. So if you have any question to ask, can you just kindly ask so I can answer?
Story. A question to you. So, you've said you built your project for 3 to 4 months. So, how were you able to push to build the project for 4 months, having in mind that you applied for hackathons and you still failed multiple times, and you also tried to also build more projects, but you always felt something was always lacking. So how did you push? With also an understanding of in Africa, we also have a financial crisis, especially for the builders. I'm sure also in Kenya, we also have that particular problem. So
I kind of lost you there. Can you hear me? Hi, are you guys still there?
okay, can I ask a question then? What did Bello say he built? What was the project that Bello built? Anybody? I'm going to have a gift for you. Oh my God. How many times did Bello apply on a hackathon? How many times did Bello apply on a hackathon? The person who's going to answer this, huge gift for you. William. Yes? 4 times. William, how many times have you applied in a hackathon? Kids, how many times have you applied in a hackathon? After around 10, 20, 20. How many did you win? Not yet. So you are the bellow in the room. Nice, nice, nice. Anybody else? William, how many have you played for hackathons? None? Yes? Twice. And how many did you win? Thrice. And how many did you win? None. Oh my God. Bello is you're such an inspiration to these people. Any other person who has applied to a hackathon? Yes. 3 of them. And how many did you win? 1. At least you won, my guy. Anyway, so you've had hackathons are just not a testament to you are not good or you are good, okay? It just occasions that the competition at that time, you are the best. But that doesn't mean you stop building. Kid, did you stop building? You can't stop. I love that. William, did you stop building? Did you stop building? Still building. I love the energy in the room. Did you build? Oh my God. Wow, wow, wow. So let's keep pushing. I'll definitely share the list of opportunities that are available and also on how you can also benefit of them. With Bello, you've heard from him, is in the IR incubation program. So it was a program that was partnered with LISC and IR. And out of that program, we had 116 projects being submitted, and only 25 projects were managed to get into that incubation program. So I know at around 15 projects in Kenya that are already continuing in that program. So, and I'll also show you some of the projects that are available on that particular incubation program. We have Carbon Corp, we have VUSA, and so many others. So don't feel derailed when you don't win a hackathon. Don't feel derailed when you miss a grant or when you miss incubation program like the one Aya did. It just means that it's your first try, and the second one is going to be better, and the third one, it's going to be the best. And they always say the third time is the charm. Or is it the 7th time? Anyway, Bello, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Okay, you're answering the question.
Do we have a Tete talk on the meeting? No. Okay. So thank you, everybody. You don't have questions, and we'll move on that. But I expect as we move forward, please ask questions, because this is your playground. This is where you are going to understand how you're going to build your projects in this hackathon. This is where you understand why am I pushing for this too much, okay? Because one day, the panel that was sitting here, one day they were sitting where you are. They had a person speaking about blockchain, and they took their own personal initiative, and they built their particular projects. With the Yellow Card too, they are also in LISC, and they also did their own initiative, and they're getting good partnership and good markets from LISC. So we'll move to the next session, whereby I'll be teaching you on how you can have your projects, or the caliber of projects that are needed on this LISC ecosystem, and how can you be able to upgrade or maybe build your own LISC project in this particular ecosystem. So just give me a minute, I'll be back.
Kutuma pesa kutoka Kenya hadi Ghana, Nigeria or Cameroon imekuwa komplike mbaya zaidi. But not anymore. With YellowPay, ni kama mkate ngumu mbele ya chai. Just log into your Yellow Card app account, tap pay, then send. Chagua the country and seti number, weka amount, check the conversion rate and confirm the transaction.
Voila! Mungu tu imezidi. By the way, unajua unaweza tumia mse hayuko on Yellow Card yet, na bado do ataget. And receiving cash is just as easy. Log on to the Yellow Card app or sign up if you haven't already. From your dashboard, select withdraw, select mobile money. Now, enter the amount you wish to withdraw in Kenya shillings. Enter your network provider and your phone number as your account number. Confirm your withdrawal details, then input your 4-digit PIN. That's it. your mkwanja will land in your phone within 12 hours. YellowPay is the easiest way to receive and send money to Nigeria, Ghana, and 20 other African countries instantly. It's fast, simple, secure, and free, powered by stablecoins.
As I told you earlier, this particular session, we are going to discuss on why are we building on Lisk and the particular projects that some that you might also have an idea, and this will also help you sieve the particular projects that the particular projects and also the particular projects idea that you have for this hackathon. Yeah, so let's begin. So anybody who still remembers what is Lisk? What is Lisk? Yes? Mm-hmm. Another person? Anybody? Yes? Okay, okay. Anybody else would like to try? Yes? Yeah? Okay, so does anybody understand what a layer 2 is? Yes? Thank you, thank you. Get a t-shirt. And he also, yes? That's so great. Somebody in the room knows about sequencers. Wow. You get a t-shirt too. Wow. I feel like I should clap. Clap for him, please. Congrats. So, just a little background. Before, if you were in the blockchain space, you could have had such a phrase: "The gas fees is too much. I can't handle it. It has too much gas fees." So, in layman's terms, is that gas fees is almost like a transaction charge. Okay, so you have M-Pesa and you're trying to send somebody money. You incur a transaction charge of maybe 30 shillings or 60, depending on the amount. So also in blockchain, when a particular entity A wants to send money to entity B, there has to be a transaction charge, and that in blockchain is called gas fees. So when Ethereum developed, or when it was in the market, it still is in the market. Yeah, so people were complaining about it had a lot of gas fees. Like people were charged so much gas fees to a point of they were thinking maybe it's not that profitable for me to transact on Ethereum. So the Ethereum Foundation Development Group, they decided to have, since they had a problem of people complaining about gas fees, and also some of the projects that they were building were also having high transaction charges. So they decided that they're going to build another layer 2, okay? So that one, it can also improve on security. Two, it can also have the transaction are happening much faster, and also the transaction also have lower gas fees, okay? So also with Lisk, it's built on top of Optimism, okay? And Optimism is also on top of Ethereum, okay? So with Lisk and Ethereum, they are compatible, okay? Yeah, so when Lisk was built on top of Superchain, there's also other chains that are built on top of Superchain. We have Base. I'm sure you've heard of Base. I'm sure you've also heard of WorldCoin. Yeah, yeah, the Iris. Anyway, let me not trash talk them. Anyway, how many did get those rewards? Anyway, that's the power of blockchain. The good and the bad, still the power of blockchain. So Lisk is now built on Superchain, and then now we have side chains, which is Base, and we also have now WorldCoin and then Lisk. So the advantage that Lisk has over Base And also WorldCoin is that it has the lowest fees or gas fees compared to Base, compared to WorldCoin. Okay, so that's why people are more pushing to Lisk. Okay, because if at all you are given maybe Safaricom and Airtel, and you're told with Safaricom if you send 100, you are going to incur transaction charge of 30 bob. But when you transact with Airtel, you're going to incur transaction charge of 10 bob. Which one will you take? Airtel, right? Yeah. So, and also with layer 1 and layer 2, they became a bit of security. The security was added, and more attacks that were happening on many projects that were built on Ethereum. Right now, there isn't no attacks. And also, they became the concept of zero knowledge proofs that are also included on layer 2. Okay. So the Lisk ecosystem, it provides access to a cost-efficient and a scalable L2 network secured by Ethereum, and it's part of the Optimism superchain. So don't worry about the jargons. OP is just Optimism, okay? Yeah. So how is that possible? Because are you meaning that the developers of Lisk sat down and built a whole new infrastructure? Yes and no, okay? So this is how it happens. In between Lisk and Opstack, to be able to do the bit of sequences my friend has done, as said here, Gelato came in the picture, okay? So Gelato is a roll-up. So who can say what's a roll-up? Anybody? Just as the language says, a roll-up. Okay. So this is a particular tool that is able to do the execution. It's also able to do the sequences. So sequencing is whereby it bundles up all the transactions that have happened and all the data that have happened, and then now it can relay that particular transaction or the amount to Ethereum, okay? Because when you interact with Lisk, you'll find out that there's something called bridging, okay? So this is whereby you want to use the Lisk token and be able to bridge it to an Ethereum token, or you want the Lisk token to be able to be compatible, okay, on the base chain. So how do you do that? You bridge that particular token. So anybody who knows what a token is, before I move forward too fast, what's a token? Okay, so in layman's terms, what's the currency of Kenya? Okay. What's the currency of Uganda? So in blockchain, we call that fiat money. Okay, no, not just, we have those terminologies, but we call it fiat. So you see a person saying, I'm transferring crypto to fiat. You're like, what's fiat? It's your normal currencies, dollars, depending on where you are situated at that moment. So when Gelato came into Lisk and Opstack, what happened? The Gelato now built the sequencers, and they also built endpoints from this point. And they also built Gelato functions. So all this, with this infrastructure in place, it just means for you developers that you don't have to build everything from scratch. You know why? Because you already have an infrastructure in place already built for you. Because you can imagine if at all you are building on Lisk, and then we start telling you have to have your own sequencer, you also have to have your own functions, you also have to have your own VIP. That will be a lot of work for you, which will take a lot of time to even learn how to do it, okay? So with Gelato, it's able now to do the different functions, and out of that, or tools, or out of that sequencers and also functions, we are able to have certain projects like Rarible. Rarible is whereby people go and mint and also sell their NFTs there. So I'll showcase to you how that looks. And we also have other system like that web. How many of us here have heard about that web? Those who are building on Lisk. Ah, nice. So tell us what's that web. Ah, okay, nice. So with also that web, you can be able, it has a scaffold, okay, that you can install in your machine, and you can be able to develop your smart contract. For example, if you look at the docs in LISC later on or tomorrow, whereby we'll be learning how to build on LISC, you'll see that we can use that web. We can also use other tools like Foundry or HardHat, whereby you just run a small command and then it installs your scaffold. Or maybe if you want to build a ERC20 token, it just builds a scaffold for you, and you just now, as a developer, you just focus on how to change the functions to fit on your different use case that you're trying to do. Okay, so also on the Gelato one, we also produced an app and ecosystem growing, whereby we have DeFi apps like Velendrom, Ionic, and we also have the bridging tool that I've told you about. So now a project came in and it was called Across protocol. So this Across protocol is the one that you now developers will use it to bridge your particular tokens if you want to bridge it in another chain. Let's say Base, Arbitrum, Polygon, either that you'd want to bridge. Okay, so let's move on. I'll still explain more on the Gelato network as we move on, as I tell you on how you can have your particular project and how that integrates into the Gelato network. Okay, so as I told you earlier, LISC is the better option depending on the sidechains that are built on top of Optimism, because one, it has lower fees. The second, it has faster transactions, and it also has a higher underlying security than the other L2s. And it also has average fees than also Base, Optimism, Mainnet, Polygon, and other layers. So if you can just see on this graph, you can see how the particular other chains are their USD fees or their gas fees, how it's planning. And with all this, Base is on the lowest. Okay? Yeah. So let's move on. So you'd ask me, why am I here? I mean, why are you preaching LISC to Kenya or even to Africa? Okay? So the vision of LISC to Africa is to ensure that the real world applications that can be able to be scaled in emerging markets can be able to be built and be exposed in the different markets. One thing that you don't know of, or maybe many people don't know of, is the fact that LISC is built on the superchain. It happens that, and also Base is also built on the superchain, and you also have WorldCoin. It means that once you build a project on LISC, you have the market that belongs to Base, you have the market that belongs to WorldCoin. Why? Because now the chains are called side chains, meaning they are built on top of superchain, but there are also other chains that are built across the superchain. So once you just build if at all, let's say, not that I have the clear numbers, but let's say if Base has, let's say, 1 million users on their own market, okay? And let's say WorldCoin has, let's say, 500,000 users. It means once you build your project on LISC, you're able to have a market access to the 1 million in Base and the 500,000 in WorldCoin. Now you get why it's easier for you, especially on the business strategy. Because for you to get users in this kind of market and this kind of an economy, it's quite hard. So if you have a leverage of having such a huge market, and you also have, out of this market, it also has a high number of global standards and a global market, your project is definitely going to scale so high. So back to the vision of LISC is, it's focused on solving problems to an emerging market in Kenya through real-world application with an emphasis of real-world assets, decentralized infrastructure networks called DePINs. There's also DeFi, which is called decentralized finance. There's also ReFi, which is called regenerative finance. Okay, so I'll explain these whole terms. Okay, so what is RWAs, or real-world assets? What does that bring into your mind? Yes. Okay. So do you think that in this particular place we are on a real-world asset? Is this whole a real-world asset? How many are saying yes? How many are saying no? Okay. Wow, I love it. So, indeed, this whole is a real-world asset. It's something that you can touch, something that you can feel, it's something that you can see. Okay? A land is also a real world asset. What else can I say? An apartment, a real estate is also a real world asset. So what happens with, he has said that a real world asset is whereby you tokenize it. So how does that process come to happen? Whereby there is something now you call tokenization, okay? So this particular real world asset can be put into the blockchain market, okay? And it can be backed, saying that if at all you hold this particular fraction of this whole, it can cost, let's say, 0.2 LSK, okay? So what you're going to do is you can tokenize it as a whole, okay? That's one, whereby you see every person, and maybe you, in your smart contract, you say every person, every time there's an event in this hall, the people who are going to use it, they're going to pay 0. Or 10 LSK tokens, okay? So every time there's an event, they pay 10 LSK tokens. You write that as a function in your smart contract, right? Another way is you can do fractionalizing tokenization, okay? So what does that mean? It means you divide the particular real world asset into units, small units. So let's say, for example, we divide the first row to the third row, and we say we are selling this for this amount of tokens, and we also do the same until it's all done. Three rows until it's done. Yeah. So it means you have done fractions of that particular real world asset, and each fraction has been pegged an amount of LSK. Let's say because people love to sit on the back, we put that as 10 LSK tokens, and because people fail to sit on they don't like these seats of the forward seats, we say we are going to put it on 2 LSK tokens, okay? So every time these seats are filled, the person who owns that particular fraction of the real world asset is going to get 2 LSK tokens. But for the people who are sitting at the back, because they're going to fill so much, so it's going to get 10 LSK tokens because of what? Supply and demand, right? Okay, so that's how it happens. There's a question? Yeah. There's a way you can do that, and that way is a smart contract, DApp or coding, okay? So in your smart contract, you can say this: if at all this week, the last 3 rows were filled so much, and if at all the other week on these front seats were less filled, so how about we switch the market, okay? We say that on the contract, we do a function and we say if at all the seats are filled for the back row seats, then the medium seats become the 10 tokens, and then the back seats now become 2 tokens. Because all of this, you can do it in your smart contract. As long as you've inputted the right function, I'd say, and it's working perfectly, that can do, okay? And also this moves on to the governance side bit of it. If at all you've also agreed for the people who are in that community, because in blockchain, always remember that you can't make a decision alone. That decision should be able to be signed or agreed by every person in that particular network or community, okay? So if at all you are also sending money from one friend to another, all the friends in that particular community or network, they are supposed to agree that yes, you can send this a person amount of money, and it also looks in your wallet and it says, yes, you indeed have money that you can send to the other party, okay? So yes, you can do that. It will definitely need more of coding, and thinking about it also in a real world scenario, you will also need to really convince people why should you change the amount, because you can imagine if right now you go to a supermarket and you buy a lollipop at 10 bob, and then when the supermarket sees the supermarket is very filled, okay, now let's buy this. And then they change the price, and then they say this lollipop goes for 20 bob. Now you get my thinking? So this is what I'm trying to tell you, that you are trying to change your mindset, whereby you are so focused on the problems that you have, they have a thin line or a perfect line of this is the only solution that we have for this. For example, she said that she has realized there's a problem with plastic bottles. We remove the mindset of whereby the only way we think we can solve climate is by just doing our own actions. So how about we monetize people to feel motivated that they want to do those actions? What is that? That's called REFI. Okay, regenerative finance. In the regenerative finance, people are monetized into doing that particular action. We have a company that's also in partnership with LISC. It's called Aquapage. So what does Aquapage does? Aquapage, they go and clean the oceans in the coastal area, okay? So every time they go and clean the ocean and people turn out, if you are able to be there and you are able to clean on that particular ocean, you are monetized. You're monetized by what? A little bit of tokens. So don't you think you will go and clean? If you're told from tomorrow, anybody who comes to UON auditorium and cleans, let's say the whole hall, you're going to get particular 20 tokens. And for anybody who comes and manages the sound, you're going to get how many tokens? 5 tokens. Won't you come? It motivates you. But even at the end of the it goal, it boosts the climate standards in that particular region. So I don't have the particular numbers. I think I saw his co-founder right here, but maybe he will come and speak onto that, on what he's doing at Aquapage, okay? So that's a particular way on how you can do REFI. We've done real world assets, we've done REFI. Now we are going to DeFi. What have I said DeFi means in full? Anybody? Decentralized finance. So if you see the pins, that's decentralized. Because why? the other security mitigation practices. Okay, so let's move on, and I give you some tips on how the project features that makes project in LISC become quite so good, and it also makes project in LISC be able to get those opportunities. One being a hackathon bounty, another one being an airdrop, another one being a grant, another one being an incubation program. Yeah. So first of all is that projects will be able to be EVM compatible. What do I mean by this? So in LISC, the language that is used to build on LISC, it's called Solidity. How many of you here have heard about JavaScript? Okay. So also in Solidity, there's also, in Solidity, it's more like JavaScript, where it has functions. You can manipulate those functions to return you a particular variable or value. And that's what happens with Solidity. But it has different twists, I could say, or additions. But if at all you understood JavaScript, I'm sure you can understand Solidity. So when I'm saying EVM compatible, it means that that particular, maybe you've launched a token on that project of yours, it can be able to be transitioned from being an a layer 2 token, and it can move to a layer 1 token using now Gelato. Okay? Yeah, so you can test if at all your network, your token can be able to be transacted in a Ethereum project or Ethereum protocol. It should, because LISC is an EVM compatible protocol. Okay. So now we move on to the next point: interoperability across chains and networks. So let me ask you this: earlier on, if at all you found out that you can only send M-Pesa to only an M-Pesa, okay? Let me restructure that. If you can send money only to a Safaricom number and you can't send to an Airtel number or a Telcom number, how will you feel about it? Currently, I mean, you can send M-Pesa to an Airtel person, and then that Airtel person goes and withdraws it in Airtel money. So you can imagine in a scenario whereby you've built on LISC, and because you have a global reach, because of how the LISC market is huge, you find there's a person who wants to off-ramp or on-ramp in, let's say, Switzerland currency or Tanzanian currency, T-shillings, okay? But now, what you've done with your project is, it can only off-ramp into Kenyan shillings. So, interoperability means that your project can adapt to different environments. It can adapt to different chains. So even think about it whereby you have an LSK token, and you want that particular project of yours to also interact with people who are also, or users who are also in the base chain. And every time you try to tell the base users on the chain, I also have a project. Could you guys check it out and tell me how it looks like? They tell you, but you're only using LSK. I have only a base wallet, maybe. So with that, you can use bridge, okay? Whereby you can add a bridge feature in your project. Whereby if you do a bridge feature in your project, is every time a user wants to interact with another chain, is it bridges that particular token to the token of the other chain. And that means that the problem where it comes by, where users don't want to use your app because it's too limiting, or it's just too Kenyan, now you don't lose those users there in those gaps. So also a good project that LISC is also going to look is that it must have a token that's launched on the LISC ecosystem. Okay, so I've told you you can have a token on the LISC ecosystem. So there are various tokens on LISC. So we have an ERC20 token, and we also have an ERC721 token, which this is an NFT token. And we also have an ERC155 token, which is it's a combination of both fungible and non-fungible token. Okay, so an NFT is just like art. Fungible token is the one that has a real-world asset pegged to it, and we also have a ERC20 token. Okay, so you can go look out them this evening, as tomorrow we'll be also looking out. We'll be checking them on how you can also build them on LISC, how you can deploy on them on LISC, and also how you can interact on it on the LISC Explorer website. Okay, So another thing that makes your project become a very good project in Lisk is it has a simplified user experience. What do I mean by this? So you have built your smart contract already, and right now it has a website, okay? So imagine you are trying to sell your project to your shosh back in upcountry, or your auntie, who has had crypto scam. Anytime she hears the word crypto, it's scam. So how can you sell that particular project? How can you be able to create that particular project to be able to be used by just a common mwananchi? Okay? So I'll give you an example. If you go to Web3 projects nowadays, you'll always see a connect wallet on the nav bar, on the top left nav bar on the side, yeah? So you can imagine every time you're going to your auntie in Ushago and you tell her connect wallet, she's like, what's a wallet? What do I do with a wallet? And now you're telling me now I have to have a private key. A seed phrase, where do I put it? What are these? I don't want to use this one. You just go do your things in wherever you are doing it. We don't want this, okay? What's the solution to that? There's something called account abstraction. Anybody who has heard of that? Account abstraction. Anybody who has heard of that? Nobody? Okay. You've heard about that? Okay, move on. Uh-huh. Yeah, try. You're allowed. Yeah. So let me just show you. Let me just show you one thing, okay? So we go to an NFT website, and let's just close this. And you see, here it's Connect Wallet. You see on my screen, it just says Connect Wallet. If you press on it, what comes? It comes, there is Coinbase, there is all those wallets. So, in another perspective, you can see, oh, sorry. David, could you go with me as I try to change the screen? Okay. Good? Okay. So in this particular one, you see there is a login and a sign up. But on this one, there is Connect Wallet. Okay, we are good. So what does that mean? Every time you might, because this Rarible is an NFT-based marketplace, okay? And it's expected that the creative designs that are coming into this space are blockchain knowledgeable. So maybe connecting a wallet, they should know what a wallet is, because if they don't know what a wallet is, then they won't receive the funds of the art that they are selling on that particular marketplace. But with this other one, this is for yellow card. Where does it go in a minute? Yellow card. And yellow card is where people are going to trade their own money. They're going to buy crypto tokens. They're going to sell. They're going to send and receive. So this is something that it's going to be used by any person, even the next person, even any common mwananchi could use this. So what do? You do an account abstraction tool. So an account abstraction, it abstracts the process of connecting a wallet. But it's not like the wallet is not in there. It's there, but it's happening on the back end for the developers that are here. Okay? So what we do is we let the user log in, just the simple they do in Google, Gmail login, and then after they've logged in on our smart contract code, we write that every time the user logs in, we connect them to a particular public address. Okay? So we have a code whereby it says every time the user logs in, they have their email, we attach this email. It's called a DID, identity verifiable, okay? So we connect them to a public address. We create a new wallet for them without them knowing, okay? And now that public address or that ID that we've created with that Gmail login, that's the one that you're going to use for the entire website. So that also brings about whereby you're playing a game. Maybe you've created a game on Lisk, and every time, after 5 minutes, you're being told, connect your wallet. You want to change maybe a skin on that game, connect a wallet. You want to change maybe a gun, connect a wallet, so that they know if it's you. But if you do account abstraction, it's going to have a seamless way of playing the game or the games in that particular ecosystem. Yes, a question? Okay. So that happens in your code, okay? So even account abstraction does that, whereby if at all you fill a particular email on now the can also have a check, try and catch function on your smart contract, whereby you can specify that if at all this person has this email, yes, we have it on our own system. They have an identity ID, yes, but maybe they don't have their public address or their private key, so we create them one for them. So all these functions you're supposed to do on your smart contract, and that's why a smart contract is always said to be a set of rules, a set of instructions to guide now how your code will work, how your blockchain project is going to work. Okay? Yeah. So let's move on. Let's move on to our list. So I've just showed you one of the tips that you can be able to make sure your user experience is quite smooth and quite seamless for the users out here. And also, there is also whereby another tip for you determining how cool is your project or how good is your project compared to the Lisk standards is you have to integrate the Lisk developer tools, okay? So I've talked about so many. I've talked about Ionic. Ionic, they have their own API, okay? Rarible, you can integrate that NFT marketplace in your website, okay? So instead of you now creating a whole NFT marketplace and you have only 3 days to hack, why not integrate the Rarible website and input it in your own website? What you only need to change is the private addresses and few functions, okay? We also have cross bridge. Instead of you creating your own bridge, just integrate the cross SDK and you are able to do the bridge seamlessly, okay? Yeah. So, and also the bit of decentralized based. So we have a tendency of whereby people just think of an idea and they think it can come to blockchain, okay? So you're just sitting there and you're like, hey, this matatu, I think I can make it into blockchain. How people pay in matatus, I can make it in blockchain. You have to scrutinize your project should have a need for blockchain. Do this particular community suffer because there is a middleman in between the system? Okay, so in the example like how farmers sell to the market is every time there is a middleman. So the essence of blockchain is to remove that particular middleman out of the picture. So when you remove that particular middleman out of the picture, it just remains the farmer and the buyer. Okay, so any amount that was trying to seep in through the middleman, it's going directly to the farmer, and then at the end of the day, the farmer owns the data, owns the ownership, and owns the supply that they are removing from their farm. So that's how you always hear blockchain gives the power back to the people. That's how it does, because it removes the middleman. A lot of businesses in Kenya, they have middlemen, from matatus to farmers to, I don't know what else, tender supplies, whereby people cannot showcase transparency within that system. So that's where blockchain comes in. So, and another thing is you have to deploy on Lisk. Tomorrow we'll have a session on that. Please make a point on attending on that. But if you deploy on Lisk, that means your contract should be able to be seen on the Lisk Explorer. So the Lisk Explorer is whereby you see all the transactions that have happened on Lisk ecosystem. You see all the contracts that have deployed on the Lisk ecosystem. You see all the tokens that have been launched on the Lisk ecosystem. So that's where we see everything, and that's how Lisk improves the transparency bit in blockchain. So we also have to have the tokenomics, and we also have to have the community support. So we've heard from Bello and Collins on how much the community support is quite critical in this blockchain space, and I'd say even in Lisk. Because you'd think because most of the people who are not on the Lisk ecosystem, they wouldn't know they would be a hackathon here. They wouldn't know that Lisk currently has an airdrop. Okay? So let me announce it right now. So Lisk currently has an airdrop. It's going to start on November 21st, and it's going to be a 4-month campaign. So keep in touch. If you're not on the Lisk Kenya Telegram, please reach out to me so that you'll be in there, because when you start the campaign, it's going to be a marathon, because you're going to be using developer tools and also project companies that Lisk has partnered with, and there will be tasks. So if at all you finish those tasks, then you will be added onto the pool of being eligible for the airdrop, okay? Yeah. So we also have the last bit of techonomics. Who knows what economics is? Anyone? Yes? Yes. Yeah? Sorry? Token economics. Yeah, token economics. Yeah, yeah. So it's just the economics bit of it. So who knows what are supply and demand? Supply and demand? You know those words? Okay. So if at all I could ask you, if you wanted to improve a certain demand into a product, what will you do? Use the supply? Reduce the supply, or make it scarce that the demand increases. Okay, or make it too much and maybe too much but at a lower cost. Get the quantity is higher, but the quality maybe is lower, and also the cost is lower. Some people do that in the business. Yeah. So tokenomics is how the token will reward everybody in that network, okay? So if you build a project, let's say you have developers, okay? You also have marketing people in that particular project. You also have maybe investors in that particular project. You also, maybe you got a funding, you also are going to input some particular percentage of that token into funding, okay? So tokenomics is the aggregation of those percentages on how much of this token is going to go to this side and this side. So if a token is launched, it's always going to have a supply, okay? So in the example at Lisk, we have 200 million supply. That means that there's 200 million LSK tokens in the Lisk ecosystem, okay? So that means that you can create your own token and you can have its own supply. So let's say you create your own token and it has 100K supply, meaning the particular token has 100K tokens, depending on how you've named it. So you come and say that 2% will go to maybe marketing, 5% will go to let's say developers, and then you say 10% is going back to the business. And then maybe because of governance and because you have people in your own project, and they have to always agree on different activities that are happening. Maybe you want to add a feature and people have to agree first before you add a feature on that particular project. Okay? So I'm not just saying you can blindly, cut these percentages just because of what you want. So you have to be very precise, very strategic, because this is what actually holds your particular project. Because after all, if you build, let's say a token, okay? And this token, you've said you want it to be a for-profit token, okay? A very high profit token. And then you go on and say 20% I'm going to give it to developers. So how will you use that particular token to ensure that your project is going to have a very rich market? Okay, because now you've given, let's say, marketing 2%. How is that going to be? Okay, now you see, that's where the business strategy comes. So we could always have, tomorrow I'll also talk about how you can also integrate tokenomics into your project, and while you are also going into that workshop of deploying Lisk, okay? So the huge stuff is done. Now I just show you the apps that are available. So I've been talking about them. These are the infrastructure apps that have been built on Lisk. Kotani Pay, I've talked about it. YellowCard, I've talked about it. Backed, it's a real-world asset whereby it's on a ratio to 1:1. So the particular asset is on a ratio to 1:1, meaning that one token is equals to that particular one asset, okay? We also have DeFi apps where we have Ionic. I've told you Ionic, that's where people go and lend and borrow. And also Velodrome, although we're going to add liquidity on Velodrome. We also have Oku, whereby you can swap your tokens. For NFT, we have Rarible. For wallets, we have Rainbow, Zerion. And for bridging, we have Across, I talked about it, and others are Layer 0 and Relay. So if you need any documents on this, don't fail to reach us out at our List Kenya Telegram, and I'll offer you the links for you to be able to start building on them. So also Lisk has partnered with other infrastructure apps like Moralis, whereby you can integrate with the Moralis APIs and have functions like you can get the balances that is in your smart contract. You can get the particular tokens that are in your smart contract. We also have like Soccerzim. Soccerzim is a plug and play, play and earn. Sorry, a play and earn company. They are actually at DevCon. How many people know DevCon? So DevCon is like the, what do I say? If there was a Google conference, not a DevFest, a Google conference in Kenya, whereby people, you've seen whereby Google developers or the GDEs in Google, they go to the huge conference of DevFest at the headquarters, right? Yeah, so with DevCon, that's where it's the big thing, the biggest conference, whereby also Vitalik attends that particular session. All the chains that are building on blockchain, they meet there, they market. So it's just like a developer with a candy at the right place at the right time with the right everything. Okay. So, and also you have OkuTrade. I've talked about them, whereby you can buy, sell, and swap your own coins. Yeah, and these other ones. Angel Hack, we had a partnership with Angel Hack on DevCon, whereby people won a $3,000 grant, and a Nigerian company won that. Yeah, so all this, Liberia, Daprada, it also showcases the different data analytics that are there in Lisk. If you want to know the supply, you want to know the particular transactions that have happened in Lisk, do you want to know the particular volume that's on Lisk? Yeah, that's where you'll find everything. So all this you can also integrate in your hackathon projects. Okay, so why should you build your project on Lisk? Okay, so as you can see, a lot of pictures there, right? Okay, so as you can see, we had a partnership with CV Labs, where we had an incubation program. In Nigeria, we also had a Blockfuse and Web3 Bridge trying to onboard developers on Lisk, and currently they're building their final projects with currently now over 2,000 smart contracts. Do you guys think you can beat that? Over 2,000 smart contracts. I'm hopeful you'll beat that. So, and this is Collins. You've heard about him on the session. Yeah, he had won the Ed Safari hackathon, which was a pool prize of $10,000. Yeah. So always engage with the community and you'll know opportunities like this. And we also had the Aya Builders program, whereby Bello is in currently, and he was part of the 25 projects that was selected. You can see the part of the project. There's Carbon Corp, which is a blockchain platform of offsetting carbon credits. There's Crypto Momo, which is crypto transactions in Africa using USSD-based solution, because you know our Shoshos and our Gukas back there in Ushago, they can't do it through an app. And we also have Vuza, who facilitates secure and collateral-backed lending between Web3 traditional finance using blockchain solution. And yeah, we also have a Learnway app, which is an interactive crypto education to bridge the knowledge gap in Africa and promote Web3 adoption. So this, just play this, hopefully it will play. And at Lisk HQ, and you can see all these moments that we've had on this particular Ed Safari venture. Yeah. And we also had a grant, Wave 1 and Wave 2. Wave 3, people applied, and they're still waiting for their results. So Wave 1, part of the projects that did win from Kenya, we have Payd, which is a payment system for gig economy, especially freelancers, and he uses blockchain to ensure that there's escrow payment on freelancers to avoid the issue of whereby you do your work and you're not paid, and you're paid, you have not done the work. Yeah? Okay. Watu online writing wamepatikana hapo. So Utu protocol, which is building trust in Web3. Block roll, which is simplifying global payroll for freelancers. FINA protocol, Athena, and Socazim. And you can also see prediction, bringing predictions to the blockchain. So example with how you do SportPesa, but with a niche. So that's how Socazim are doing their own particular project. And Socazim is also one of the particular projects that you should consider integrating in your hackathon projects. Yeah. So this is the team that I told you won the 3,000 grant, and this is Socazim presenting on DevCon this week. I think 2 days ago or 1 day ago. Yeah. So that's all for me. If you want to join the LISC Kenya Telegram, just scan that QR code. If you are unable to scan the QR code, search LISC_Kenya, and you will be in the community in just a minute. Any questions? Yes. Okay. So it depends on the incubation program that you are in. If you are in CVV Labs, they have their own. There's another one that's called Key Difference in partnership with LISC, where it runs for 4 months, and they're given the grant at the end of the 4 months. And then with Aya Labs, them too, they're also given at the end, where Bello is. So they are taught on how they can market their product, how they can make their project better, how they can build the smart contract, how they can deploy on LISC. And also they are also exposed to other investors and how they can be able also to become a real founder without thinking that you can divide yourself, or you can be able to do some sketchy work and just get lost along the street. Yeah, so they are refined in those incubation hubs or programs, and then they're given the grants. Okay, so next year we're also going to have a builder hub in Kenya in partnership with Aya. So you should check it out, whereby you'll have free Wi-Fi. Maybe there'll also be food, but definitely there will also be expert Web3 developers who will help you build your project. So that's why I'm saying, don't take this particular hackathon as the last step. There are a lot more, and we will go on and continuing to support you in your different ventures and in your different projects. Any other question? No question? Amuniulize hata bounty ni pesa ngapi? Wow. People on online, can you hear me? Any questions? Okay, we close it at that. And thank you so much for listening to me. Build on LISC. Yes, sorry. Ati nini? Okay. Also, we are supposed to do that today, but I feel like the people who are supposed to present on it, they are not here. But I'll just say this: you will need to integrate those developer tools I've told you, those infrastructure apps that I've shown you today, and the bounty will be $1,000. Yeah. Pigeni makofi. Hey. Okay, so tomorrow morning we'll give you a rundown of what you're supposed to do and the instructions that you're supposed to have for you to participate on that hackathon, and also what particular instructions should you have for you to be able to be eligible or considered for that pool prize. Okay, so don't miss out tomorrow. Okay, have a good day. Thank you so much.
if we're visualizing a new reality here on Earth, what is the ideal state of Earth? Like, what do we actually want to do if we could do anything on this planet? And it's like, well, we probably should just like throw a party. Here we can go, action. What do you need for that party, right? Pizza. So that was kind of part of the how we got where we are. We're gonna throw a global pizza party that we're gonna fund by selling blockchain-based NFTs of pizza. Like wanting to build towards a world where everyone can just eat. People came to Pizza Now because they wanted to bring the world together around pizza. And so having like a really strong mission that people can sink their teeth into, that was our secret. We're here at Pizza Brain, Philly's famous pizza museum. All right. Pizza is a global phenomenon. It's beautiful. Every pizza is kind of a work of art. Every pizza is community in a box because there are 8 slices in there. And you're probably not gonna eat all of those alone. This is why pizza is what I came to as this is the vessel to bring community ownership powered by the blockchain all over the world. What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna eat it. Oh. A funny thing about me is that I actually cannot eat gluten or dairy. So it is not actually about pizza. What Pizza Now does for Web3 is instead of going to people and saying, we're Web3, and we say, hey, you want a slice of pizza? So it's a really good foot in the door to say, hey, maybe there's something really interesting with this blockchain stuff. I run this Facebook group in South Philly called South Silly. And so I have relationships with a lot of the local businesses. When the pandemic hit, businesses suffered, many closed. And it made me start to think really deeply about how to change ownership structures in neighborhoods so that communities could support businesses in a different way.
Everyone brought their skills together to make this thing the super grassroots pizza place, from the ground. Like we put these floors in, like everything in here we did ourselves.
The Pizza Now story, in short, is we brought together a community of artists from all over the world to make toppings for a digital pizza. We made a generative project of 10,000 digital pizzas. We sold them to bring in money. We took that money, we bought pizza with it, and we gave it away all over the world.
Thank you for our pizzas! I love you, free pizza!
So anche Pedro mangia la pizza.
This is Cheech. This is Charles. Thank you very much for all the free dough. Or dough.
Pizza Now brought together $1 million in a month. I mean, crazy, unprecedented, impossible to do without Web3. Collabland serves a few roles in the Pizza Now Discord. It token gates our proposals channel, so only people who hold the rare pizza NFT can see it. And this is the lifeblood of how Pizza Now actually runs, right? We put proposals in the channel and we vote on them. We want our voting to be anonymous, and we want it to be one person, one vote. So this is actually how we make all our decisions now. It's just a huge force for being able to organize people. I don't think that we should just reinvent what's not on the blockchain. Like, that's not the assignment. The game we're playing here is to leverage this digital scarcity to bring analog plenty. To date, Pizza Now has given away about $500,000 worth of pizza in over 75 countries. We've partnered with more than 400 pizzerias.
Free pizza, molto bene.
We fed, at a minimum, over 100,000 people. And going forward, we want to keep spreading community and the ethos of community ownership and Web3 through the vessel of pizza. Maybe, there's a world where humans don't really have to think about whether they can afford food that much. I don't claim to know how we get there, but I do want to get there.
What if Domino came and offered to buy you for $1 billion?
Fuck off.